Lorentz Wave _100 just followed.
Good morning, chat. Oh no, I'm not moving because I'm dumb. I'm gonna sound a little, my voice is not warmed up yet. Gull had a very early morning appointment. And so I didn't get to warm up my voice by talking to her this morning. There I am. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Ooh, Dolmenwood. What's it about? Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Petra, so much for your 64th first. Good morning, Token. Good morning, Gull. Good morning, Saphira. Good morning, good morning. Tell me all about Dolmenwood. What's it all about? I'm currently sending out a proposal for a new client. Alright, which means I didn't even know I had these things. Okay. All right. So send that proposal. Put it on my Trello. Got a kitchen under my desk. Looks like Eastern European folklore. Okay, fairies and eldritch things. Ooh, that like making bargains. Ooh, the woods are not safe. Ooh, I love that. Yeah, my throat has been feeling better, Saphira. Hey, Caesar. Hey, Volfix. Hey, Spacetime. Hello. As I said, I sound a little, it's just that my voice hasn't warmed up yet. because like I said, Gull had a early morning appointment this morning, so I didn't get to wake up and talk to her. So you guys are the first people that I'm talking to, so my vocal cords need some time to wake up. Okay, so let's see. Inanna. Script, audio, bundle, tsundere, rom-com. Oh, my throat's fine. I just scratched it up a little bit a while ago. Hey, pretty particle. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Okay. This is here. Save. Script and audio bundle. I hydrate a lot, thank you very much. I hydrate so much. Go make sure I'm properly hydrated. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Once I start working on a project, let me know if you have any more items. Oops, input time. Okay. I heard a ooh. Yeah, that's usually what he does, is he hits his first and then he leaves. He hits it and quits it, chat. Uh, 10-minute audio. Prompt. Somebody rom-com. Adult. Let's see, binaural scene. Well, no, it's not technically not a kitty. I get it. There's no mouse. You got it. Please stop sleeping underneath my desk. Okay, you're just gonna do it anyway. Alright, that's fine. Fuck. Simple video edit. Save. Okay. It is a YouTube video. Or like a live stream. By Relax Jazz Cafe on YouTube. Okay, it's been paid for. Put that into the queue. Hey, Hayden. Hydro Peak? Oh gosh. Thank you so much. Okay. Can I value, please? On what? But also no. All right, got that sent out. Listen. Thank you so much, Caesar. Thank you, thank you. Didn't I warn you about this once before? Can't remember if I have, but that's your second warning, so. 3 strikes and you're out. You got one more chance, Aiden. All right, let's see. Oh, I have to decide what I'm getting from McDonald's this morning before Gulk kills me. What's Tyranny anyway? Well, let's look at the Steam page. We talked about this a little bit, but I genuinely don't know. I don't look into games at all. So, Tyranny was released in 2016 by Obsidian Entertainment as the developer and Paradox Interactive as the publisher. It is marked in the tags on Steam as RPG, choices matter, story rich, and isometric. And it says, play an RPG with meaningful world-altering choices, unique and memorable companions, and a new perspective on morality. Tyranny casts you as the arbiter of law in a world devastated by war and conquered by a despot. Will you work inside the system or try to dismantle it? And will it be for the glory of Kyros, for the good of the world, or for your own ambition? From Obsidian Entertainment, the team behind Pillars of Eternity, Fallout New Vegas, and South Park: The Stick of Truth, Tyranny is a classic-styled RPG with a new and original story. Shaped and molded by your actions. The very layout of the world will be altered by your decisions as you choose sides, make allies and enemies, and fight for your own vision of law and order in an immersive and reactive story. Main feature: branching, unique stories in an original setting. In a realm where the tyrant has already won, the player must decide how to reshape the world, strengthen the pillars of a new regime, or search for more power at the top of the new order. Choices matter. Make world-altering decisions with far-reaching consequence. As the fate binder in the Overlord's army, you wield a vast amount of power in the occupied lands of the Tiers. Will you use that to inspire stability and loyalty? Or will you try and offer a better way? Challenging classic RPG combat. Ugh. Tactical real-time with pause combat with new party-driven mechanics and modern presentation. A rich original setting. Tyranny turns the archetypal RPG story on its head and allows players to explore a new take on good and evil. The player is not a random villager who rises to power, but an instrumental officer with considerable resources and authority. Use that power to enforce the new status quo, or try to make change from the inside. I told you Gulch was gonna yell at me. I was looking and then I got distracted. I was asked what tyranny was. Okay, beep boop. Okay, I'm looking. View full menu. Okay, order now. Breakfast. Okay. Is there like a dollar menu? Yeah. Can you order like lunch food in the morning at McDonald's? Not that I want to. I know. I'm doing it. I'm doing. Not really. Okay, I didn't think so, but like I'm not getting just the breakfast menu, you know. Okay, I'd like sausage, McMuffin, sausage, cheese. Ugh, they have Coke here. Okay. I've ordered. Please don't hate me. Okay. Yes, that is tyranny. I've ordered my breakfast. Go, please don't kill me. Ooh, I was typing. Okay, oh, wait. Ooh, okay. Then, is it unlimited? Okay, if that's the case, then I'll also get a sausage. Okay. I was typing. Hey, roaming. I'm being bullied, chat. I was typing. She's like, she's killing me. I was typing. I was answering you. I mean, honestly, they're frozen anyway. Like, I genuinely think that the sausage, egg, and cheese croissant sandwiches from Burger King are just the exact same sandwiches that you get at the grocery store in the frozen like section. You're welcome. I'm sorry. Because I was like, I used to get them in high school a lot because we had a Burger King right like up the road from the high school, and that was pretty normal. Like, people would get in at like 7 and classes wouldn't start until 8. So it was pretty normal for, like, you know, your friends to go up to the Burger King in the morning and get breakfast there instead of like going into the cafeteria or whatever. And I don't think I ever calibrated myself. And I hadn't had a croissant sandwich in 8. That was one of the first things I ate when I came to this city. I was like, it was when I think it was when I was getting my ID or something. I was like, no, because we had to been doing so. Oh, maybe it was when we were getting Amber. When we were getting Amber, I was like, I really want a croissant sandwich from Burger King. That's like my favorite breakfast sandwich. Aside from the McGriddle is like in its own class. But like of the other breakfast like sandwiches, I was like, yeah, I really like the croissant sandwiches from Burger King. And I also love their hash browns. The little disc hash browns are so good. So we got them and I was like, I remember them being better. And I'm like, I genuinely think that they're just... The McGriddle has a weird film it leaves in your mouth, though. I've never experienced that, personally. But I do know what you mean. There are some things that do leave a weird film in your mouth. Like, oh god, I feel like there's an ice cream that does that to me. I don't remember what, but yeah, I definitely know. It's usually, something that definitely does that to me, but I still love them, are those like cheap little sugar cookies that you will get from like the store. They're just the basic sugar cookies with the like pink or yellow icing on them. I love them to death, but I get that filmy taste in my mouth when I eat them too. And I'm like, oh, I wish you weren't there because these things are so fake. I love them. I definitely get that feeling. But if you have medication to take, chat, take your medication. I need to refill my bottle. I've got just one left. The rest of them are in the living room still. The bees be getting medicated. The bees are gonna have a test this weekend because Gull's leaving me for the first time in months. Going to hang out with her family. Ooh, we got Peach. Oh, I've got a full 30 days out in the living room. I just have to bring the bottle into my bedroom. Yay! Yep, she's leaving on Friday. Coming back on Sunday. Alrighty, chat. Yeah, so yesterday after work stream, I fell asleep in the armchair again. But thankfully, I did go to sleep. Petra will know I'm unprotected. I do need someone to come protect me, though. I hate being in the apartment by myself. Was it no, the armchair is not that comfy, unfortunately. It's not the worst armchair in the world, but it's one of those armchairs where, like, it doesn't have, like, a footrest. Since it's just like a sitting armchair, it's got that little like hard like part where your like end of your thighs end up resting, and it can get a little uncomfy after a while. Kitchen! Where am I supposed to put my feet if you're under my chair? Or under my desk, more accurately. But yeah. Yeah, I hate being in the apartment. I'm not looking forward to being by myself this weekend, but I'll be able to get a lot of work done, so there's that. So yeah, I took a little bit of a nappy nap, and you just gotta stream. Yeah, that's what I did last time, is I just streamed a long time, but I'll probably just work. But I might do a random late night stream on like Saturday or Sunday if I'm like, chat, I feel lonely. Hang out with me. No, it's okay. I probably won't stream, but maybe I will. It depends. Cause yeah, I just don't like being alone. I used to love being alone, but now it makes me more anxious than it did before. It's probably the city. The city just, I don't know, city's scary. I don't like this city. But it's okay. We'll be fine. We be strong. Gull hasn't gone to see her family in like months because I was having that anxiety period. But now I'm medicated and I'm strong. I'll be Kermit typing meme. I will be the Kermit typing meme. Yeah, me too. And I will get so much work done. I'll catch up on all of my work. It's gotten worse. She was able to go like pretty frequently, and then it got worse. But it's okay. I have my anxiety medication now. I think I'll be okay. Just like I said, the city has not been particularly great for my anxiety. I was not made for the city, chat. I was made for the middle of nowhere. But yeah, I took a nap, and then Gull had her D&D game, and she had a wonderful time. Everybody showed up, and they introduced their new players, and she said it was wonderful having like everybody fully committed to the game. I am a country girl. I grew up in the country completely. I lived on 27 acres of farmland. You know, my family had horses. My neighbors have chickens. I lived across the street from a cow farm. You know, I'm country through and through. Exactly. Just need a couple more oil barons. Yes, I did. I actually put it in the game list last night when I was working, because I knew you were gonna request it. That'll be an interesting. We're gonna go from Doom 64 to Cyberpunk 2077. I feel like I'm about to get attacked. My foot, my hoof is just barely touching the cat underneath the desk. Yeah. We still call them not we. I don't know why I said we. Yeah, we VTuber Twitch streamers call the rich people in our chat oilers. No, that's just like a term that's used on Twitch. Yeah, exactly. Who's this we? Where's my oil baron? Need to get a couple of those. Yeah. It's a Twitch term. They're Titans now? I wouldn't know. I know that people will use that derogatorily at women, especially. They'll be like, oh, you pretend like you're not married so that you can keep tricking the Oilers in your chat. It's like, okay, dude. Like, you understand that there are so many businesses where women pretend like they're Signal, mostly entertainers? Oh, it was an NFL joke. Yeah, whales. Yeah, that's for gotcha. That's used too. Whales. Whales. Oil barons. It's just the derogatory words that people use when they're trying to make fun of people. Simps. Also, you're a dolphin. I don't know, man. I think you're a whale. You're my whale. Uh-huh. Yeah, I feel like my foot is 2 seconds away from being attacked. I can't help it, kitten. You slept underneath my chair. Or my desk. You're a narwhal. You are one of a kind. Hey, Midgard. Unicorn of the sea. All right. Let's switch on over. To Tyranny. He is beauty, he is grace. Ugh. Beak stretch. Oh. Tyranny. What is this? Tales from the Tears is currently installed. Bastard's Wound is currently installed. Okay, I can't read shit. Wah. Wah. Okay. Show reputation. Display the effects of choosing conversation points on the player character's reputation. No. Quest notifications, screen edge scrolling, show news, movie subtitles. No, right clicked. Two. Right? Yeah. I figured it's like SWTOR showing if it's like blue, like, you know, what choices there are. Enable random encounters. Okay. Tooltip delay scroll speed. I won't know until... Area loot radius, max. Difficulty. Death. No. Area of effect highlighting. Yes. Show unqualified interactions. I don't think I want that. I don't want to know what I'm losing out on. Show qualifiers. Sure. Combat tooltips. Lightweight combat will be shown above all characters during combat. Nah, we're auto-leveling companions. Okay, tutorials, sure. Auto pause. Pretty much only want it when I think, yeah, center, and then is there like just one when we enter combat? Or okay, enemy spotted and stop party movement. Hidden object found. And then also, nah. Controls, we'll leave that alone for now. Sure. Big heads! Thanks, Josh. Gib effects may be used when enemies are killed. I don't know what that is. Font scale. I'm blind. We need a big. Alright, and then we also need... Oh my god, this is the music at 60%. Okay. Giving is exploding into gore. Okay, how's the volume, chat? How are we feeling? I think we want this turned down a little. Volume seems okay? Okay. Always save without asking. Yes. Okay. Story mode difficulty setting requires minimal micromanaging and easily forgives mistakes in combat. Enemies receive a penalty to most stats. Companion combat AI is enabled by default, and party members do not receive wounds until they are knocked out. Requires strategy and efficiency, but forgives a few mistakes. Is enabled by default. Hard mode is suited for veteran players of isometric, sorry. I thought that was a parenthesis. RPGs who are looking for a challenge. Survival requires micromanagement and optimization of stats through items, spells, and abilities. Okay, I can turn it down a little bit more. Enemy AI is more efficient. In Path of the Damned difficulty, enemies receive a bonus to most stats, have the most efficient AI, and will very frequently use abilities. Party members take more wounds during combat, and when being knocked out, this difficulty level can only be chosen when starting a new game. Expert mode disables a number of helper features in the game. Players who want to rely on their own faculties and intuition while playing the game should play expert mode. This option is selected when you start a new game. It cannot be enabled in-game, and if disabled, cannot be re-enabled. Oh, New Game Plus, okay. If Trial of Iron is enabled, only one save slot is permitted. If your party is defeated, the game ends, your save is lost, and you must start again. Recommended only for those who seek a greater challenge. This can only be modified when starting a new game. Well, we're babies. Yeah, it's hard mode. Or like, hardcore and WoW or whatever. We're babies, and we're going story mode. Some people like the challenge of Iron Man modes. I get it. Okay. I needed...
For over 400 years, the armies of Kairos the Overlord have swept across the known world.
Sorry, Kairos.
all who stood against them fell before their might. Even the Archons, women and men of immense power, were forced to kneel, chained to the Overlord's will. Now Kairos' final conquest has come to our corner of the world, and two of the Overlord's armies compete for the honor of taking our lands. The elite disfavored, and the teeming horde of the Scarlet Chorus. The voices of Nerat, spymaster and Archon of secrets, guides the fierce and undisciplined masses of the Scarlet Chorus. With each battle, the Scarlet Chorus grows stronger, as the defeated are given a simple choice: serve or die. Graven Ash, Archon of War and the Overlord's most loyal general, leads the disfavored. Though small in number, Kairos' ironclad legion has never met true defeat in open battle. Watching over the two generals is Tunon, the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, eldest of Kairos' minions. Tunon brings Kairos' laws to newly conquered lands, aided by the Fatebinders, judges
That's
and
us.
executioners
We're
of the
Fatebinders.
Overlord's laws. You were among the youngest of the court of Fatebinders when Kairos' armies came to our lands. How could we have known that the fate of thousands would rest in your hands?
Who would have known that I would be important in this video game? Not me. Ooh, character customization. Hold on one second. We have a returning Patreon member additioned. Ooh. Okay. Role. In the Northern Empire, where you were born, women enjoy equal protections under the laws of Overlord Kairos. In the southern lands of the Tiers, women may ship a crew, but only men may own or captain a vessel. While these customs give the oceans to the men, the lands are trusted to the women. Men may rent and lease, but only women may own land and bequeath it to their daughters and sisters. While following a parent's profession is standard, many women choose to pledge service to one of the Overlord's powerful Archons. Those without a viable trade or land to call their own are often drafted into the armies of the Archons, where it is assumed they will rise to glory or vanish in obscurity in accordance to their worth. Oh god, there's a test? Oh, there's different, okay. Only men may own, but blah, blah, blah. Oh, really? Okay. Only men may own or captain ships. But real estate is restricted to women. Men may lease, but durable ownership of the land in the Tiers always passes to eldest daughters or sister. Most sons enter their father's profession by their mid-teens. Those without a profession or family lands... Yeah, okay. Criminals, derelicts, and others are often conscripted into the armies. If a child cannot forge his own skein, he will certainly find one in battle. Okay. So we're gonna be lady. Oh. Short queen. Buff. Okay. I usually go with like this skin tone. Can I see the... No, okay. Hold on. Yeah. I'll come back. Don't worry. I haven't started yet. I need to go into the options. Okay, music. You gotta be like here. I do like the voice being loud though. Okay. Yeah. I heard all this before. Okay. Lady. Yeah. Okay. Next. My portrait. Remember to save often. Got it. My face. Okay, I think I like that one. We gotta make her hair color red.
That wasn't so hard. We must rest soon.
See that?
Trouble is afoot.
Yeah, I see.
Good work! You learned. Ah, got it.
Okay, I think we're gonna go with noble. Alright. Okay, we got a braid. Okay, we're gonna go with the braid because that's the closest to what hairstyle I've got. I see. Ooh. Ooh. Any flowers? Got a tree! You can do tree. Okay, 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 okay. Hey, Dora. Hold on. I have another email. Aw. Bad Dash, I'm just updated. Okay, so we'll have the be red and the secondary be green. Okay, okay, okay. And then our portrait. Okay. Who speaks to us? Okay, that's kind of magic-y. Kind of looks... But I like this one already. Okay. Oh, there's more. Okay, so that's the dudes. Ooh. I think I like this one still. There was this one and then there was I think this one I thought looked really cool too. But I think we're gonna go with this one. I like that one. Okay. Okay. History. How did you join Kuros's army? Today you are a Fatebinder. Agent of the Archon of Justice, you are by no means free, but as a warrior scholar deputized with discretionary powers to interpret and execute the laws of the Overlord Kairos, you are freer than most. One does not apply to be a Fatebinder. One is called a Tunon. One is called by Tunon the Archon of Justice, and to decline is death. Millions of men and women live in the dozens of realms ruled by the Overlord. There were a bunch of branching paths you could choose in the story. To see them all, you had to play the game several times. Hey, Joshua! Millions of men and women live in the dozens of realms ruled by the Overlord. How did you stand out from amongst this teeming mass of desperation and insignificance and gain the Archon's notice? I didn't see anything, don't worry. Pit fighter. Not wishing to pay to feed and house too, the madam that purchased your mother sold you to the Proving Grounds, the Northern Empire's bloodiest, most notorious fighting arena. Given only enough training to assure the show isn't over too soon, your natural prowess and survival instinct led you to one victory after another. There was no elegant sword play, no formalized duels, just brutal melee and the stench of blood, shit, and bronze with each day's gruesome necessities. It is said that any fighter that slays a dozen others in the grand melee is given her freedom, but in 300 years, only 3 warriors have ever walked away from the Proving Ground. When the closing horns sounded in 13...
Give me all your bits.
King of Midgard just cheered 100 bits. Also, I earned my first ever bits from Twitch RPG.
Oh, thank you so much, Midgard, and thank you for choosing to give those to me. Thank you so much for 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. I got his bits, they're mine. When the closing horn sounded and 13 corpses lay about your feet, you became the fourth to be granted freedom to thunderous applause. But this autonomy was short-lived. Within days, word of your accomplishments made its way to the Archon of Justice. Thank you so much, Petro, for the 50 bits to Big and Celine. Yippee! Let's see. Soldier. Unable to settle the year's accounts with grain, your parents offered you as a tie to the Overlord instead. Seeing your first battles as a child, you've known all your life how to fight, how to stay calm at the sight of blood and disbowelment, and how to rely on your fellow warriors. Deemed smarter than the average killer, you were groomed for command and given an education in letters and numbers. With rumors of war, it seemed recruitment into the disfavored legion would be the obvious match for your skills. But the Archon of Justice is known to say that good iron is not used for swords, and good minds are not used for soldiers. Claimed by Tunon, you are instead drafted into the Court of Fatebinders, where your martial skills were put to use in the enforcement of Kairos' laws. Hunter. When the leader of your home village spoke out of turn one too many, agents of the Overlord put the whole town to the torch to contain the spread of insubordination. The bounding Viper tribe came across the smoking ruins of your village, and when the beast's matriarch found you frozen but unafraid, the mighty leader took you in and raised you with the protection of her tribe. For years, you lived with those wild beastmen in their migratory homes throughout the mountains, but the bounding Vipers were a dying breed. Each long winter took a greater toll than the last, and once the dwindling tribe was too weak to defend its lands, disfavored soldiers came to dispense of the ravenous scavengers your tribe had become. Finding a human amongst the wild tribe, the disfavored soldiers... Yeah, I'm like, I might pick this one, but I'm still gonna see what the other ones are. Finding a human amongst the wild tribe, the disfavored soldiers made a point of taking you alive. News of the wild child of the north eventually spread to the Archon of Justice, and he ordered you released from captivity and delivered unto his courts. Lawbreaker. Accused of a crime you most certainly did commit, you stood before Tunon the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, and argued your case with eloquence and conviction. Impressed by your logic, reason, and confidence, he found you guilty anyway. It is rumored that Tunon selects many of his agents from his prisoners, who better to catch the wicked than those versed in such ways. In his mercy, Tunon offered you the choice of two sentences, decades languishing in prison or a lifetime serving him in the Court of Fatebinders. The choice was an easy one, and instead of seeing the inside of a cell, you were trained in letters and numbers, magic, and war. The laws you once broke are now yours to interpret and enforce. I like that one too. Deeply proud of your intelligence, your parents always knew you were too smart for a life spent with your hands in the soil. Looking to secure a better future, your parents struck a bargain with the Seven Tree Guild, a small magical order willing to teach you letters, numbers, and magic if you prove capable. For several years, you learned much from the mages, mastering reading and writing faster than the rest, and eventually learned the basics of mystic theory and spellcraft. Your magical studies came to an abrupt halt when the voices of Narot, Archon of Secrets, deemed the guild's peacetime distractions that must be disbanded for the upcoming war, its mages assigned to proper armies. While your peers went on to other guilds, your mind was seen as too valuable to be wasted on the armies. Instead, your life was claimed by Tunon, Archon of Justice. War Mage. Few have the combination of wits and courage to be accomplished casters and warriors, and those cursed with such a combination of talents are invariably pulled from their mundane lives and assigned to the armies of the Archons. Your earliest memories are a painful slog of training, study, lecture, and exhaustion, all the elements of being groomed for battle. You knew better than to ask what became of your family, nor to question the missives allegedly penned by their hands that were part of your earliest lessons in reading. When you reached adulthood, Tunon the Adjudicator came to the barracks and laid claim to your life, seeing you as too valuable for the crucible of battle. The Archon of Justice deemed your life better spent dedicated to the art of punitive legal remedies. Though you have had much to learn in matters of civil discourse, none could deny your bright future as Tunon's next great enforcer. Noble Scion. Born to noble parents, you were groomed for leadership. Your youth spent on letters, history, rhetoric, and other matters of culture and statecraft. Though you had wealth and creature comforts, you were expected to grow up quickly and bear the honor of shepherding others through prosperity and war. When your parents came under accusation of sedition, you were sent to the court of Tunan, Archon of Justice, to defend your family's actions. Your parents were found guilty. Their sentence, the dissolution of the treasonous estate. Eloquently pleading your own ignorance on your family's actions, you negotiated your most important deal yet. Immunity from the crimes of your family for the simple cost... Wait, what did I... of swearing fealty to the Archon himself. Despite the unwilling induction, your education and savvy made you a valuable addition to the Archon's cadre of enforcers. And so long as you remain in good standing, your family just might be allowed to live. Diplomat. Though they would never tell you why, Kairos bestowed great wealth upon your family for some unmentioned service, and your parents used this wealth to have you raised far from home. Your childhood was a nomadic tour of Teradus, with hired tutors and fleeting friendships. Where others had stability and routine, you had worldly and varied education. A careless world and a far-flung city landed you in legal trouble, and you were taken before Tunan the Adjudicator and made to stand trial. Not only did you plead your innocence, but you turned the accusations around on the accuser for wasting the court's time, and the Archon of Justice concurred. Amused by your wit, wisdom, and adaptability, Tunan claimed you as his newest enforcer. Well, this isn't the classes. This is our background. So, like, this is pre... I don't know. I'm kind of in between Hunter and Lawbreaker. Because Lawbreaker is absolutely going to be, like, you know, roguey rogue, which I like. I was hoping there was going to be... I guess Guild Apprentice, I think, would technically be the closest to, like, a druid-y kind of character. But... is there like a druid-y build? I'm thinking it's Guild Apprentice. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna go with Guild Apprentice then. That's what I thought. Okay. Primary expertise. Ooh, okay. Have a good one, Token. Wielding a weapon and shield puts you in the front of combat. Blah, now. Javelin, greatsword, dual wielding, short bow. Okay, so we definitely want spells, because I'm a spell girly. I love magic. Mages skilled in shock magic can frequently interrupt their enemies, preventing them from executing their attacks. So we got charged fist. Oh, okay. Control lightning. Okay. Frost magic is an offensive school that focuses on slowing as well as dealing cold damage. We've got frozen grasp. Develop a target in harsh cold winter, leaving them frozen for a time. Bigger spells. This is branch that focuses on granting bonuses. Ooh. Okay, I think we definitely want that one. And then this is, I'm assuming, debuffing. Yeah. Okay, so I think we do Frost as our first one. And Vigor is our second one. Oh, can we not choose? We have to pick one. Okay. I mean, I really like doing buffing stuff. I think buffing stuff is fun. That's what I did. Oh, do I have to hit next? I have to hit next. Okay. Got it. Got it. I have figured it out. Okay. Character colors. Okay. Want red, We want this color red. And orange. Ooh. Or like brown. Yeah, okay. We have to pick our coat of arms. Wolf! No, it's okay, it's okay. Honestly, I didn't have the time to read the chat. I was figuring it out on my own. Don't have to worry. Okay, yeah. So we'll do... I think we want it the other way around. Yeah. We'll do it like that. Ooh, but purple. That's fine. Celine! Our name is Celine. Okay. Might determines the physical strength of the character. Increasing might leads to more powerful attacks and stronger abilities, as well as increasing the endurance defense. Okay. This attribute is recommended because of your training and vigor spells. Why? The finesse attribute describes... yes, Celine. Character's physical and mental precision. Finesse is used to determine accuracy of attacks and spells, as well as increasing war and armor's chances to reduce a hit type. Quickness determines how often a character can use their abilities and spells in combat, reducing cooldown durations. Vitality determines a character's physical health and their strength of personality. It also increases the will defense. The wits attribute describes a character's mental acuity, their ability to observe their environment and pick up on clues. Wits is used to increase spell strength as well as increase magic defense. This is strongly recommended for you because of your training in frost and vigor. And resolve. Resolve determines a character's ability to endure physical and mental challenges. Resolve is the primary attribute used to derive the endurance, will, and magic defenses. It also increases the duration of afflictions applied to the character. Okay, so we definitely want wit. And we want, like, 2 might and 2 resolve. Okay. Jesus, okay. Magic staff, bows, dual wield, blah blah blah. Combat, frost, control, frost, control, vigor, dodge, lore, athletics, parry, subterfuge. Okay. Hey, chaotic karma, and we have 20 to do here. So let's get you up to 40, and you up to 30, and you up to 35. I like subterfuge. Never. I'm on story mode. I'm fine. Alright, and we're gonna do that just because we want a round number. Okay. How do you want to continue? Conquest. Selecting the conquest option will allow you to play through Kyros' Conquest of the Tears, choosing how your character was involved in the invasions. This gives you the most control over the starting state of the game and how other factions will react to your character. And selecting quick start option will bypass the conquest phase. You will select from a list of available templates. Fuck that. F templates. F them. We want choice.
All the world has fallen to Kairos, and now the Overlord's eye is on the Tears, our home. The last corner of the world free of Kairos' reign. 2 armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, march south from the Northern Empire, the last realm to fall to Kairos a century prior.
Icon.
In the early days of 428, Kairos' armies arrive at the Gates of Judgment, the mountainous border that we Tearsmen so long believed unassailable. Unable to agree on a unified plan of defense, the various leaders of the tiers sit and wait for each other to deal with the conquerors, until it's too late.
During the conquest, you will decide your character's actions during Kyros's sorry, I don't know why I keep saying Kyros's invasion of the tiers, shaping the world throughout which you will adventure over the course of the game. Each choice you make affects your character and how major factions of the tiers respond to you. Your decisions matter. Choose wisely. 428 TR, year 1 of Kyros's reign. The Bastard City. The Bastard City stood on the northern border between Kyros's empire and the tiers. Built upon a natural harbor at the crossroads between realms, the city was a nexus of commerce. To the tiers, it was the center of all wealth. To a northerner, it was a little more than a backwater trading post. Its symbolic status as a gateway to the continent made it a natural first target in Kyros's military conquest. Circumstances were ideal for you to prove your worth as a soldier in Kyros's army. Taking this city would send a message to the rest of the tiers. Kyros's will is insurmountable. Select a token on the map to begin. Gates of Judgment. Infiltrate the tiers. Both armies sent their forces to prepare the way. In the first major engagement of the war, Kyros's armies crossed the mountains and established a foothold. Gates of Judgment. The armies of Kyros took the battle to the Gates of Judgment, trumpeting the opening call of the conquest of the tiers. The two armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, brought their distinctive sense of order and chaos to the assault. You went to battle alongside the armies whose approach best suited your strengths. Standing shield to shield with Kyros's ironclad elite, you advance on the mercenary army. By the nobles of the Bastard City. The Legion wanted to send a message to the tiers that superior breeding and disciplined training would win the day. You rushed with the chaotic mass of the Scarlet Chorus, flanked the Bastard City's army, and drove them to flee. Okay. History would remember the Gates of Judgment as the first battle of the conquest, but the real combat unfolded with the advance units of both armies preparing for the coming war. The Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus each had a plan to infiltrate the capital city. Which army did you join? You lent your skills to the elite Disfavored scouts to capture a border garrison. Graven Ash insisted that an early victory in the offensive would boost the morale of his troops and diminish the haughty overconfidence of the Southerners. You joined the Scarlet Chorus as they raided villages and small towns, conscripting every able-bodied man and woman into their army. The voices of Nerat emphasized the rewards of conscription and enslavement over wanton bloodshed. Apparently, his soldiers needed this reminder. I think I like the Disfavored more than I like the Scarlet Chorus, really. The Oathbound Scouts identified a modest border defense and collaborated on an organized attack that would leave the army uncoordinated and cut off from aid. You oversaw the preparations and offered your opinions on the strategy. When the clashing of swords and spears fell to silence, followed by the cheering of Disfavored scouts, you were the least surprised. Okay, so I did have to choose between them. Okay. Containing the fire. Your fiercest opponents in the Bastard City were the mages of the School of Wild Wrath. Too barbaric to use their powers responsibly, the unbridled practitioners needed to be stopped. How did you trick the hot-headed mages into their own undoing? You lured the hot-headed mages to an ambush where the Legion of Disfavor waited to spring the trap. The soldiers were hungry for a chance to subdue the arcane branch of Tyr's resistance. You tricked the guild elders into meeting with the voices of Nerat, Archon of Secrets. The Archon was notorious for his cruel and mysterious interrogation techniques. The mages were never seen again. Inside agent. With the border garrison captured by your disfavored allies, you traveled ahead of Kairos' army and lurked in the shadows of the bastard city. You decided that converting one of the locals to Kairos' side would help bring the city to its knees. After all, corruption starts from within. You enlisted a bitter captain of the guard to sell military secrets to the disfavored. Better that Kairos' forces march to their next inevitable victory well informed. You came to an arrangement with a well-connected smuggler who knew how to sneak agents of the Scarlet Chorus inside the city walls. The Scarlet Chorus were better operatives than soldiers, and this work required a subtle touch. I want to do this one. I like selling secrets. I like thinking that I convinced someone to sell secrets. Hello, kitten. The captain of the guard was of the mind that the bastard city was corrupt and deserving of better leadership. You did nothing to convince him otherwise. After taking your promise of stature and security to heart, he offered you a list of valuable assets, from weakened stones and rampart to the state of siege provisions, capping it off with a list of city officials whose loyalties would likewise be turned to support your cause. Your tactics of infiltration placed you in the bastard city ahead of the main armies. Your work softened the city's defenses for the arrival of Kairos' forces, but you wanted to decisive gesture that would give your allies a meaningful advantage. How did you assist in the fall of the bastard city? You challenged the commander of the bastard city's defenses to an honorable fight to the death. The disfavored wished to spare soldiers' lives for the battle ahead and civilian lives for occupation. Ability. Warrior's respite. Stand your ground in the face of defeat. During this time, you will regenerate health rapidly, but your damage is significantly reduced. Spreading the word of Kairos, you converted the poor and disaffected into a hidden army of the Scarlet Chorus. Once the dust settled, the army wished to bolster their troops with these sleeper cells.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hi, kids.
Yeah, she's under my feet. Thank you so much. How was your appointment? Good?
Yeah, I got another sample.
Nice, nice, nice. I'm eating some breakfast. Ooh. That orange juice is tart. I love it. Got a hash brown that's a little weebly now. Hi, kitten. Okay. Gather heated energy into your hand and release it onto a foe. Okay. So we get a fire spell. Help! Release my hash brown, you fiend! Keeping to the shadows, you eliminated the leaders of the bastard city one by one. Concealing shadows. Create a cloud of obscuring shadow and dust. Okay. So basically a smoke cloud. Hmm. I did pick Guild Apprentice. Which makes me more of a magic-y sort. So as much fun as like infiltrating and like soloing the leaders, that would have been more of like a roguey playthrough, I think. So I am kind of interested in this one. I converted the poor and disaffected into a hidden army. It didn't take much to convince the bastard cities downtrodden that Kyros was a superior power. You armed them with weapons and knowledge of a signal that would raise when the time was right. As the armies appeared outside the walls, you ignited the spark that fanned their anger into a full-scale riot. The chaos they spread in Kyros' name weakened the city to such an extent that its inevitable fall was but a formality. So my character is doing a lot of subterfuge. Ow. The bastard city settled into a new state of normalcy, with every tower displaying Kyros' banner. Your name was whispered alongside rumors of a decorated career to come. The armies divided into two fronts and migrated south. Tunon sent word that you were to join the next frontier of Kyros' conquest, either as judge and overseer of the settlement of Lithane's Crossing or as a war advisor with the armies advancing into the realm of Apex. Apex legends? The truth of the mountain realm of Apex stood idle in the safety of their valley, biding their time as their neighbors in the bastard tier fell. In the second year of war, a joint force of the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus crossed over the mountains to take control of the tier's central valley. Deposits of iron made the settlement of Lithane's Crossing a strategic war asset. Good morning, all. Thank you so much for breakfast. Kyros sent the forge-bound smith mages of exceptional skill to establish flow of weaponry. Tunon, the adjudicator, sent one of his fate binders to ensure the enforcement of Kairos' law. You may choose only one of these locations. Okay. I don't really think I'm a war advisor. And Lithane's Crossing looks nicer. We're gonna go there. Lithane's Crossing. Years ago, Lithane the Bold founded a small merchant town at the intersection of ancient old walls. A pact between the settlers and a mercenary company meant that caravans were able to travel without fear of bandits or bane, and the town thrived in modest insignificance. Lithane's Crossing drew Kairos' attention for the iron deposits in the surrounding hills. With the region under Kairos' control, the northern smith mages would set up workshops to refine ore and arm the disfavored with the finest weapons in the known world. The Archon of Secrets dismantled the mercenary support with a generous bribe, taking the crossing in a bloodless victory. Tunon dispatched you to travel alongside Kairos' forces and bring order to the region. Okay. The iron must flow. Sorry, I'm eating. while also having to speak. Kairos' smith mages worked day and night to create weapons. No one faulted their dedication, yet production was low. The plans that came to light proved divisive to the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus. On one hand, any additional manpower was needed for fighters, not forges. On the other hand, the celebrated weaponry of Kairos' armies needed to be fiercely guarded. The Scarlet Chorus took refugees from the recent influx and forced them to serve in Kairos' military. You repurpose these individuals to haul wagons of iron for the smith mages. This proved an inconvenience to the Scarlet Chorus, who relied on their force of numbers to be effective in battle. You conscripted help from a local tribe of beastmen. Their strength would more than offset their disobedience. The disfavored protested that savages have access to the secrets of iron, but their voices were few compared to the support of the Scarlet Chorus. The Cult of Siren. Siren, Archon of Song, used her arcane charm to lure locals into joining Kairos' army. As a patroness of the Scarlet Chorus, her efforts were critical to the conscription of new recruits. When an enthralled, disfavored soldier joined her cult, his company feared that the Archon, was growing out of control and needed to be stopped. The disfavored demanded that the Archon of Song cease her recruitment practices and that they allowed to violently subdue her cult of followers. The loss of soldiers was a significant setback to the Scarlet Chorus's conscription efforts. In Scarlet Chorus tradition, you sent the latest batch of cultists to the front lines of the Apex campaign. Those who survived were welcome to remain in Kairos' military, and their performance would stand as testimony to Siren's effectiveness. I want to bring in the Beastmen. I want the Beastmen to like me. The Scarlet Chorus were overjoyed to learn of a Beastman conscription, and graciously lent their support to your cause. The local Beastmen were subdued and yoked to iron-bearing wagons, where their boundless strength and tirelessness proved critical to the smith mages. The disfavored grew agitated about exposing the secret of iron to savages. You attempted to allay their concerns, but your words fell flat before a stubborn, uncompromising audience. Oh well. Since you aided the production of weapons, commanders of both armies lobbied for additional arms. They offered all manners of bribes to be next in line for a fitting session with the master of the forge. How did you sate the lust for iron? You let the disfavored have the iron, keeping the best tools in the hands of the elite. The Scarlet Chorus saw the slight as an obvious display of preferential treatment. You gave the iron arms to the Scarlet Chorus commanders, knowing they pay very well for any killing tool. Weaponry of such acclaim was typically reserved for the highest disfavored officers, but you were offered to changing tradition under the circumstances. You allowed no changes to the orderly dispensement of iron and punished those who tried to bribe you twice. A Guardian's Due. Kairos' army used Lethian's Crossing as a reprieve from war. The city grew more crowded as a mercenary army hired by the Archon of Secrets occupied the barracks, where they drained resources and escalated tensions. The disfavored wanted nothing to do with the sellswords, but the Scarlet Chorus sought to invite them into the fold. The disfavored demanded that the mercenaries be kept far from Kairos' armies. The righteous occupiers would not deign to share provisions or supplies with degenerate sellswords. You built a separate barracks and mess hall in order to keep the sellswords out of the army's way and enacted strict laws against disorderly conduct. You let the Scarlet Chorus and the mercenaries engage in combat games and challenges and allowed laws against revelry and merriment to go unenforced. Those who won the contest took a greater share of provisions, and sellswords of merit were invited to join Kairos' army. Listen, we're an army for all here, goddammit. Everybody parties in my world. games proved an excellent opportunity to relieve tension, settle dispute, and guarantee future cooperation between the two forces. Any grievances were resolved by ritual combat, messier than your adjudication, but arguably more entertaining for those outside of the arena. The mercenaries who proved themselves worthy opponents found reward in joining the ranks of the Scarlet Chorus, where many of them carved out positions among the elite fighters. Who controlled the crossing? Tragedy struck when a mercenary hired by the Voices of Nerat injured a forge-bound artisan, leaving him unable to practice his craft. Tunon ordered the mercenaries to leave the city in the hands of Kairos' more responsible servants. Only a token garrison could be left behind while the armies returned to the front, as the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus showed increasing tension and hostility toward each other. Tunon decreed it best that only one force control the crossing. I would give it to the disfavored. Because I have a feeling that they're going to be annoyed at me for siding with the Scarlet Chorus all the time. The disfavored placed a modest garrison in the settlement of Lithaean's Crossing, though the force is larger than might be needed to police a small settlement. Protecting the forge-bound ironsmiths became the true agenda of the defense force, as these magical craftsmen kept the disfavored invasion force suited in iron. Relieved at the departure of the Scarlet Chorus, the citizens of Lithaean's Crossing felt they got the least of two burdens. You received word from Graven Ash. Thank you for your decision. The forge-bound and their weapons could not be entrusted to the Voices of Nerat. Okay. Oh, God. Kairos' forces congratulated themselves on bringing order to the settlement and guaranteeing a productive flow of resources. Over the course of this diversion, the army front advanced further into the tiers. Your skills were needed in the realm of Azure, Stalwart, or the Vellum Citadel. Kairos has dispatched the Archon of Stone to subjugate the nation of Azure. Kairos' conquering gaze fell upon the Vellum Citadel, its treasures, its knowledge, and its secrets. I like secrets. With the easily defended position and rich military tradition, the realm of Stalwart was the most formidable realm in the tiers. I want to go here. Secrets? Say less. The Vellum Citadel was an archive and library of massive scale. Its inhabitants were known as the School of Ink and Quill. A circle of mages centuries ago carved out their own mountainous refuge on lands unsettled by the other major realms. Legends say that the Citadel housed a treasure trove of arcane knowledge. The Overlord's spies infiltrated the school and confirmed as much. The time was ripe to send a detachment to the Great Library Force and force the scholars to yield to Kairos. Chain of command. A detachment of Kairos' army marched on the Vellum Citadel, expecting an orderly surrender. As they neared the main gates, a blast of arcane energy struck the commanders dead. Suddenly, the highest-ranking officer alive, Kairos' forces looked to you for the next step. The call weighed on your mind as it had an immediate influence on soldier losses. You ordered the expendable Scarlet Chorus to attack, commanding the disorderly mob forward to give the elite disfavored a chance to withdraw. Though costly maneuver in terms of lives lost, this assured the survival of the most capable and effective soldiers. You ordered the disfavored to advance their shield walls, knowing that a handful of Kairos' elite soldiers could hold off the attack until the Scarlet Chorus retreated. You knew the disfavored would despise you for any losses at the Scarlet Chorus's defense, but this was a small price to pay for saving lives. Song of Ensnarement. Siren, Archon of Song, used her power to enthrall enemy mages who crept beyond the Citadel walls. After Kairos' forces rounded up the arcane practitioners, the disfavored began executing the new captives before they could share dangerous knowledge, a crime under Kairos' law with the Scarlet Chorus. You calmed the disfavored with a compromise. The sages' mouths would be bound with iron bridles, preventing them from speaking their forbidden knowledge. You punished the disfavored for executing mages bound to the Scarlet Chorus, ordering that several disfavored soldiers be given to the Archon of Song as her personal bodyguards. I am gonna sacrifice the Scarlet Chorus to save the disfavored. Ever itching for a fight, the howling mob still recognized your maneuver, the sacrificial move that it was. Those from the Scarlet Chorus who ran headlong into battle made promises of a reckoning upon their return. Thankfully for you, hardly any of them limped back in one piece. Those few who survived made fervent whispers their grievances naming you as a villain to the Scarlet Chorus. Whatever, dudes. Lost to the mountains, plunder of parchment. Ooh. The disfavored learned of a hidden enemy enclave and sent scouts to locate it. They never returned from their mission. The remaining disfavored soldiers demanded that you send the Scarlet Chorus to retrieve their scouts, but the Scarlet Chorus flatly refused to fall into the same trap. They recommended that the scouts be treated as wartime casualties. You ordered the Scarlet Chorus to send scouts to locate and rescue the lost disfavored patrol. You consign the disfavored scouts to their fate. If the elite of Kairos' army could not return on their own, then there was no sense in wasting the lives of the Scarlet Chorus to find them. The army captured a supply caravan overflowing with arcane books. When the disfavored started a bonfire... What the heck? In accordance with the disfavored's wishes, you upheld Kairos' law regarding forbidden lore and had all the texts burned. No! You decreed that the disfavored are welcome to burn their half of the plunder, but the Scarlet Chorus has rightful claim to the other half, providing you first review the text to eliminate any. Definitely eliminating, yes, mine. The Scarlet Chorus agreed to your generous terms, and you set to poring over every manuscript before it was handed over. The work took several evenings, and you came away with a glimpse of truths better left unknown. Taking the burden upon yourself was a less risky alternative than disseminating it among Kairos' ranks, though it didn't help you sleep at night. The Edict of Fire. Food and morale dwindled, and the siege party realized the enemy would win this war of attrition. Junon sent word that Kairos' patience had run thin. The Overlord would cast the Edict of Fire on the enemy. The parchment arrived in a slender case of engraved iron. Written on it, the words of a spell powerful enough to destroy the Vilum Citadel. You had the choice of when to read the edict. Reading it at sunrise would offer your enemies no warning of the devastation to come. You could also wait until sunset, giving them ample time to flee or make amends. Opting to give the enemy no quarter, you proclaimed the Edict of Fire at the first moment of dawn, granting the enemy no warning of the destruction to come. Though the chorus insisted your actions doomed their spies, the disfavored applauded your decision. Claiming they still had spies within the Citadel, the Scarlet Chorus urged you to warn the mages of the Overlord's edict. Granting their request, you met with the enemy under a blue flag of peace and warned them of their doom, giving the chorus spies and the enemy a chance to run. No quarter! But also, yeah, I want to keep the magic knowledge. You confronted the mages with a warning and hoped the message was received. The hour before sunset, numerous figures were spotted fleeing the Citadel. As the sun dipped under the horizon, you read the words of the edict. The earth shook, and red-orange light glowed in the foundation of the sprawling Citadel. Bubbling up from under the library, a torrent of lava heaved with explosive force, gushing from windows and between loose bricks, melting winding trenches in the surrounding lands. Days later, the flames still raged on, the conflagration continually fed and renewed by the power of the edict. The Edict of Fire. The enemies of Kairos left the devastation of the Vellum Citadel in silence. From that day forward, the Tears came to know the once noble citadel as the Burning Library. There was an undisputed loss of resources, knowledge, culture, and life, but a message had been sent. The Overlord will not tolerate defiance. You didn't have long to rest before Tunan called you into service once more. You were one of the last to depart from the mountains, and as you journeyed off, you spotted a few campfires in the mountains. They were mere specks dwarfed by the inferno, the last gasps of survivors, or perhaps looters from Kairos' army, bored and daring enough to pick through the ashes. You have reached the end of Kairos' conquest. You want to continue or erase your progress and start over? Let's continue.
The year is 431, and Kairos' invasion has shattered all major opposition in the tiers. The Younger Realms, the Bastard Tier, the Free Cities. All who defied Kairos lay broken by battle, or bowed in surrender. The two armies of the Overlord, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, now control our lands. But our will is not yet extinguished. Not entirely. In the Valley of Vendrian's Well, those of us unwilling to bow to Kairos have banded together in defiance. Violating an oath of surrender from 2 years prior, we have staged a bloody uprising, murdering the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus garrison in a midnight assault. With their main forces spread across the tiers, the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus redeploy to Vendrian's Well to crush the resistance, but months pass with no definitive battle. As disagreement and discord paralyze the Archons, we bide our time and wait for our message of insurrection to spread across the tiers. The Overlord is not amused, and Kairos has one message for the Archons: crush the Oathbreakers or die. Kairos backs this threat with an edict, a magical commandment that can slay all in the valley should the order be ignored. The honor of proclaiming this edict fell to you. Sent across the mountains to Vendrian's Well, you carry the Overlord's edict to read before the Archons. As you finally make your way through the winding mountain passes into the valley, the ground trembles, and Kairos' magic seals the way behind you. You are trapped in Vendrian's Well, with Kairos' armies and the Oathbreakers. The only way to survive is to fulfill the terms of the Overlord's edict, in any way that you can.
Welcome to Charitas. If this is your first visit to the world of Tyranny, watch for these windows to help you become familiar with the game. You can disable tutorial messages at any time from the game options menu. Hello, sir. Or madam, sorry. Oh my god, this is fucking the biggest... Alright. This is the biggest text that they had. Kyros the Overlord be praised. When I heard the avalanche, I feared the valley was sealed with you on the other side. The disfavored warrior claps her gauntlet to her breastplate, the traditional salute of her legion. You've gained favor with the disfavored. Conversation involving you and other character and sometimes additional blah 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 blah. Okay. I thought that this game was made in 2016. Oh my god, 2016 was almost 10 years ago. Oh my god. I want to lay down and die. I know, I'm so old. Wasn't 2016 yesterday? Oh god, I almost knocked that over. The commander wouldn't say why the governor of Lithian's Crossing would be coming. But since we have no forges here, I imagine you're here to knock some sense into the voices of Nerat. She catches herself, clearing her throat with a smile. I mean, mediate with the Archons so that we might agree on a plan to wipe out these Oathbreakers. But on a personal note, it's good to see another Harbinger. By Kairos' will, most of our old invasion forces still live. But most of us have been scattered across the tiers, reassigned as needs change. I miss those days when there was so much battle ahead of us, so much glory still to be won. But I know the Archons will be expecting you. Don't let me wax nostalgically about the old days. Can you hear the hum in the air? That glow around the rocks? The avalanche is Kairos' magic. The Overlord has sealed the valley. Your senses seem more than mine, good fate binder. I do not pretend to know much about such things. But if that was Kairos' magic and you're here on important business, well, you don't have to be the Archon of Secrets to guess that you're here to proclaim the edict. What does Kairos have in store for the enemy? 10 years of festering plague, an edict of twisting bones? I'm in a hurry to deliver a message to the Archons. Well, you've traveled a long way. I won't keep you further. I'm sure the Archons will want to hear from you at... Her voice falls silent, her attention snapping eastwardly with alarm. Did you hear that? More runners, third time this week. The Oathbreakers keep trying to send messengers through the mountains to gather help from outside the valley. She points over to the collapsed path by which you arrived. But they're a bit too late for that now. Come, let's show these Oathbreakers a good fight. Oh god, no! Help! Oh god. Yeah, come on, whatever. I got it.
Can't do that.
Why not?
Will do.
Why do I have to be so close? I don't want to be so close. Where's my speed up button? Goddamn. Alright, I need to eat my sandwich or else it's gonna be cold and gross. So give me 1 second, chat. Hey, Blue Island. Alright.
Can't do that.
Yoink. What do you mean can't do that? We should be vigilant and deal with the remaining Oathbreakers in the pass. This seems like a suicide mission. What does the Vendrian Guard hope to accomplish? From what we've learned from the other prisoners, the runners are instructed to escape the valley and drum up support for the Oathbreakers' cause elsewhere in the tiers. Aurora shrugs. I don't know who they think they will listen to their plans. We've smashed every army, fortress, and self-proclaimed ruler these low-born tiersmen have to offer. Perhaps they think the wild beasts will rally to their side. Disfavored victory has soaked the tiers with fear. I doubt anyone would rally to their hopeless cause. My thoughts exactly. Hey, Headhunters! They lost their war years ago. This is little more than the last grasp of a dying people. Carry on. Squeeze through the gap. Okay.
Heads up.
I teleported. Ah!
For the glory of Kairos!
Take that!
Where's my loot?
I got it. Right.
Nice. I don't know what I just did. Oh well. Is there loot? Yes. Oh, why am I stealthing? Sun Soldier's Javelin. Why am I stealthing? Okay. Yeah, whatever. I don't know why I'm crouched. Stone Shield. Don't bother with me. Go down to the pass. Drastus. The soldier clutches his gut and winces. You can see a hint of entrails between his fingers. You're wounded, and it's not trivial. I don't know what the hockey is. He laughs through clenched teeth. This, but a scratch. I've seen twice as worse 10 times over. He doubles over in pain, giggling and shivering. If you'll let me help. I said I'm fine. The soldier groans and shakes his head. Graven Ash protects. You go on and help the others. Okay. Whatever you say. Ooh. Got a mushroom. Oh, right. Right click. And I selected that as my option.
Try and catch me, worm.
A young Scarlet Fury weaves around the Vendrian Guard attackers, avoiding their weapons with fluid grace. She nods and acknowledges you. A breathless enemy soldier passes a glance to her countrymen. This one's crazy. Too much lead in her water. We should cut our losses and turn back.
Fate Finder. Here at last. Here to join me in putting these cowards out of their misery.
She nods to the armed soldier bearing down on her. That depends. Who are you?
Are you serious? I came to escort you to camp when... damn it! Kill first, questions later.
She narrowly ducks a swipe from a Vendrian blade. You look like you're handling yourself well enough.
That I am. But I could use someone watching my back.
For the realm of Apex, charge! The Vendrian Guard level their weapons in advance. Alright, I guess.
Can't do that. I'll tear your skeleton out by your ass.
Where are my abilities? There we go.
Phew. I can tell you didn't spend the conquest in a diplomat's tent.
The fighter surveys the fresh corpses and nods with satisfaction.
I'm versed, by the way. But there are more important things to take care of than introductions. Those Vendrian guard we killed didn't come alone.
She gestures to the skirmish unfolding in the pass below, shaking her head. Not so fast. First, explain what you're doing here.
The voices of Nerat told me to intercept you at Edgering Ruins before you busied yourself solving all of the camp's problems. Guess I was too late. You're due for a meeting with the Archons, but we should handle the small matter of this ambush first.
Why are the Vendrian, I keep wanting to call them Verdian. Why are the Vendrian Guard attacking now?
My guess? The Vendrian Guard are testing our strength in battle, learning how we perform before they organize a real offensive. That, or they're really, really desperate to get beyond the mountains and couldn't wait until nightfall.
You fight like a storm. What's your role in the army?
A Scarlet Fury, one of the elite killers of our ignoble gang. You'll see more than a few of us around camp, but don't let that fool you. We're a rare breed. Most of the soldiers in the Scarlet Chorus are little more than farmers and children armed with rusted forks. Makes them easier to control. The voices of Nerat called his best fighters to this siege. There must be something important
_Lee
about
just
Vendrian's
subscribed
well,
for 8
though
months.
don't ask me what.
Meow meow meow
The
meow
Archon isn't
meow
in the
meow
habit of
meow
spilling
meow
secrets.
meow 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow. Hey, Ori, thank you so much for resubscribing. For 8 months, thank you, thank you. I'm ready if you are.
Eager. I like that. Before we go, you might search among the remains of our fallen comrades. Wherever they're bound,
our
I doubt they'll
emotes
miss
got
their boots,
done.
much less any rings or any
Well, some of
useful
them.
iron they might be clutching.
I see your point. Nice and practical.
No reason to pity the fallen. Before long, we might wish we'd joined them here. But at least we'll enjoy heavy pockets and warm toes. For the voices of Nerat!
First furrows her brow and focuses down on the battle to come.
Right.
Ooh. Scarlet Fury Helm, Healing Potion, Sigil of Reaching Grasp, Blood Moss, Hide. Spell Scrolls. Oh. An empty spike stands waiting to claim its victim. Several skulls. Oh god, she's not following me. Oh god, it's one of those games. No, I want to loot. Eyes forward, no looking back. The Vendrian guard warrior roars with his falx held high, his words largely lost over the din of combat. Stand aside, for your funeral will be over side of the bluff. Seeing you squarely in his path, the soldier points his weapon your way. I applaud your bravery, but I implore you to end this foolishness and lay down your arms. Not a chance. If I surrender, I'm as good as dead. At least we can drag some Kairos chosen along our short journey to the void. As he signals his men to charge, the sound of chanting rises from the south, drawing his attention. Scarlet Chorus, reinforcements, hurry! Run down the Oathbreakers, let none escape. From the red mob of reinforcements from the south, a blood chanter emerges at the head of the rabble, the ornamental crest of her staff pulsing with crimson tones. Signing sigils of magic and wordlessly moving her mouth, the blood chanter scribes a series of spells into the air. A red glow surrounds the Vendrian guard warriors as the chanter's magic worms its way into their minds, blinding them with rage. Hold position, all of you. You there, keep to the path. The warrior gestures along the canyon trail, but his soldiers turn their attention to the Scarlet Chorus roaring challenges. No, don't engage them. We need to run. His orders falling on deaf ears, the warrior reluctantly readies his weapon.
Come on.
Got it.
Brave meat. On it.
I will have your head!
Will do. This is useless. I should try something else.
I'm not dead yet.
Where's my girl? Okay, never mind. Come quick. We have a situation on the cliffside. They have the commander. No, I don't think I will. I think I'm going to loot over here, yes. And rapid a fish from a barrel. I keep left clicking. Why am I doing that? Yoink. Yoink. Hello? What are you doing? You'll draw attention to me. There's nobody here. Show your weapons, or we find out how long a man screams before hitting the ravine down below. Cornered between a precipitous drop and a band of angry soldiers, the Oathbreaker warrior holds a disfavored officer at knife point. Skewer him. Worry not for me. Graven ash will protect. The disfavored officer winces, blood seeping from the seams of his bracers and cuirass. You heard the man. He plainly invited you to use that little blade of yours. What are you waiting for? Permission from your pimp? This blade. With a jerk of the knife, he slices off a clump of Drastus's matted hair. If you're so eager to see your ally dead, just step closer. Release the prisoner and you might know the inside of a cell. And I'm sure that cell will have daily visits from the Scarlet Chorus cads thirsty for a bit of torture. He shakes his head, pulling the captive closer. I'd rather take my chances with death. Now that's unfair. I assure you, it's more a hunger for torture than a thirst. But you are correct. We have no charity left for those who have laughed at our mercy once before. The blood chanter slams her staff on the ground, curling her fingers with a quivering hand. If you fools won't deal with him, maybe I will. Whatever you're thinking, don't. Not until Commander Drastus is safe. We have to help Drastus. Tyrael dashes the blade across Drastus' throat. Blood gushes out from the commander's neck, drowning out his final words. Tyrael points the bloody knife towards you. Death to Kairos! Death to the Archons! The moment Drastus' body falls to the ground, the disfavored soldiers... You played a popper? Pounds forward, quickly reducing the Oathbreaker to a bloody mess. Drastus' death will be a setback. He was a fine steward of the steadfast. Aurora swallows, her lips pursed in anger. But with the losses we've sustained in this war, I'm the next in command. I'll aspire to be half the leader Drastus was. One of the soldiers found some mage blather on the Oathbreakers. Aurora holds up a rolled sheaf of parchment. I figure you being trained in letters could perhaps... Aurora looks down at the parchment, her face blushing, and quickly thrusts the sheaf towards you. Examine the parchment. Repeating the same messages in different written scripts, the parchment explains the Vendrian Guard's desire to overthrow Kairos Archons and rout their armies from the tiers. The pages aren't addressed to any specific reader, but rather openly invites all who remain loyal to the younger realms to gather at Vendrian's Well. Recruitment material. They were trying to bring more traitors to the fight. There were likely other groups trying to flee the valley, but we can rest knowing we stopped this group. Shame it's at such a high cost. The Archons are expecting you at the disfavored war camp. When you're ready to leave, exit by the southern gate and keep going that way through the foothills. Okay. I am a guild member. Mainly. Quick finger bangles. Climb the rope. No, I can't climb the rope. Too weak, not athletic. No, it's locked. And I don't have the subterfuge. Well, never mind. I'm not gonna go there then. Dab it. Fatebinder, what an honor to have one of Tunon's court visit our humble holdfast. Need supplies? If so, you've come to the right place. How's trade? Well, if this is a service posting, no profit up here in the past. That's Harchi and Bronze's orders. But when we march out of the valley, I'm back on my own schedule, and here's to hoping this year is a good one. The Overlord forbids the extortion of the pathways. Good thing, too, because in years past, I'd lose most of my profits to tolls. Couldn't turn a copper if I tried to haul long distance. I trust that you've been granted proper stewardship of the goods you're peddling. Well, you see, Fatebinder, I think so. I've been handed these bit of scripts, but I'm not a woman of letters. Let me see those. Certainly. Cursor is granted the unlimited right to trade. When not supporting the... Where did you get these? Acquired these on my behalf from Archon Tunan's agents, I believe. Do you see any issue? Well, this all seems to be in order. Well, naturally, just because we fight dirty doesn't mean we trade dirty. Well, most of the time anyway. Let's see what you have. What do you have? Let's see. My inventory. Rogue leathers. What do you... Bloody... Okay. Yeah, I can wear that. Do you need a phalanx? No. Okay, how do I sell? Oh. I see. Okay, my stash. Okay. Healing potion. Potion of protection. Whetstone. Oh, revive when defeated. Okay. Lesser sigil of reaching grasp. Blood moss. Fish. Distant impact. Okay. Okay. Ooh, scroll sigil of lightning. Okay. Assuming I. One. Okay. And where's my stash? Here it is. What is this? Okay. Okay. Listen, I don't read tutorials. I'll figure it out. And if I can't figure it out, it's a bad system. My ears itch. Besides, that's what you're for. Wait, hold on. Need to move myself. So is this for her, maybe? There's so many things. Hey, Crunch. Okay, you can have that. You're supposed to auto level, ma'am. Okay. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Spells. Okay, hold on. Talents. Thrust. Let's extend. Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay, that's game pause. Journal. Okay. 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 Core. Sigil Frost. Lightning. Expression. Focused intent. Near. Far. Assign. Here. Okay. I see. I want it all to be ranged. I don't want E. Yeah. Okay, so I can't do close range Titan's Touch, which makes sense. Oh. Increases the range. Okay, so I can do that a little bit. Okay. Got it. Got it. Okay. I'm smart. Alright, and I can talk to you. It's, which one's me? Okay, so let me select me. Or, wait. Hold on.
Need to talk?
Here we go.
I suppose I can give you a moment of my time.
Verse crosses her arms and regards you with curiosity.
What do you need?
Are you a spy for the voices of Nerat? Voice regards you with an unreadable expression. Her mismatched eyes look at yours in turn. Insufficient reputation. I mean, does it even matter? You have to decide for yourself whether or not I'm worth trusting. Is keeping me along worth the risk that I'll spill the occasional word about what you ate for breakfast? Tell me something about
Yeah,
yourself.
if you insist. I'm a Scarlet Fury. That should raise some flags for you. It means that I'm good at killing, and more importantly, that I enjoy it. What I won't enjoy are the pleasures of funerary rites packed with weeping mourners. Someday I'll fall in battle, and then they'll roll me into a mass grave or heap me atop a shit-stained wagon. One more anonymous, knife-riddled piece of meat. Until then, I plan to take whatever I can from life and have a little fun along the way.
Tell me about your life before the chorus. Life? What life? As far as I'm concerned, I didn't exist before the chorus. There was some girl on a farm wearing my face and talking with my voice, but she wasn't me. Sometimes she would sneak out at night, take a scythe, and have some fun with the livestock. Our shared interests began and ended there. What of your parents? My mother ran a successful farm, and I worked it for a number of years before I found the chorus. She was a hard, bitter woman, acted like the world owed her something. She never talked about my father, though I figured out a thing or two about him later on. He was a merchant from the Northern Empire who took a liking to her, and she him. He stayed around only long enough to get what he wanted. But never mind him. My mother never had what you would call taste, so he couldn't have been terribly influential to me if he did stick around. Do you ever wish you could do things over and end up somewhere other than Kairos' army? That's as naive a question as I've ever heard. Kairos is everywhere. If you aren't in the Overlord's army, you're being trampled by it. Of course I could have labored on the family farm into my maturing years, married some dolt and littered him a nursery of squealing piglets. Having my body torn to pieces by smaller versions of me sounds like fun. Then one day, when I decided enough was enough, I'd slit my husband's throat over breakfast and run off to join the chorus anyway. My way saved a lot of time. Burr smooths back the feathers in her hair, and shakes her head with a smile. You're a killer. Better to stick with the chorus. At least you understand. The chorus praises and rewards the thing inside me that I would suppress in civilized company. Life is too short to repress every desire, right? Especially if I have anything to say about it. How did you get conscripted? How did I think you have the wrong idea about me. The chorus didn't take me as a sobbing maid. I strode into their camp and enlisted. Someone tossed me a dented blade. I lived through the initiation, spent a week butchering my neighbors, and moved on with my new kin. I didn't waste time with goodbyes. My mother had long since died, and the rest of my family were louses. The girl I used to be, even she knew that she was worth more than all of them combined. What is the significance with your feathers? Enough questions about your past. Tell me about your time with the Scarlet Chorus.
The Scarlet Chorus is mostly for madmen and peasants with rusty daggers, but it's also a little niche of freedom that I never had. Once I survived training and met my Scarlet Fury sisters, I saw a different side of the Howling Mob.
Tell me about your training.
For new recruits shoved to the front lines, training means surviving the first battle. Anything beyond that is for the fighters who show potential, whether as blade dancers or arcane madmen. There's nothing in the world like getting put through the paces as a Scarlet Fury. Every day is a test of your commitment and passion. Failure means death. The first few weeks were the hardest, but also the most rewarding. I earned my name, picked up some quality weapons, and met my sisters.
Tell me about the Scarlet Furies.
The elite fighters of the Scarlet Chorus. Your typical Horde recruit fights with a rusty spoon and a chip on his shoulder, but the Scarlet Furies are, well, different. We focus our madness. We coordinate, we kill, we dance. It's like art. Imagine a sculpture that twisted in weird, beautiful angles, and then gutted you too fast for you to realize what was happening.
You earned your name? If you think a simple farmer from the Tiers would name her child Verse, I suggest you visit my old village. Most of them were walking around with surnames like Barrel or Fish. Not the most creative bunch. The chorus takes your name away. Whoever you were before, you aren't that person anymore. Then you earn back a name through great deeds, usually murderous ones. That's why you see choirmen walking around with names like Stinkmouse or Face First. There's probably a good reason for it. The voices of Narot gave me this name. When the Scarlet Chorus runs howling into battle, he doesn't hear war. He hears a symphony. And when I fight with blade or bow, he told me that my music stands out louder than anyone else's and contains too many parts to be easily defined. When you least expect it, the Archon of Secrets can be downright charming. What's your real name? That question isn't worthy of either of us, but I'll entertain it out of pity. You already know me by my real name. It's Verse. Are you looking for whatever arbitrary collection of letters and sounds my mother thought was appropriate when she didn't even know me? Then you're out of luck. I buried that name a long time ago, long by my standards anyway. Tell me about your weapon skills. When I was just a kid, it didn't take me long to realize I was a natural. I could pick up a rusty kitchen knife and skewer a rat from across the room. The Scarlet Chorus gave me the opportunities to further educate myself. My sisters were always a bit surprised by how quickly I took to different fighting styles. Okay.
What do you need to know?
Before you hesitated when you brought up your fighting styles, why? As if that's any of your business. If I wanted to say something, you would have heard it. Don't assume that I'm holding back. By my office as Fatebinder, you're beholden to deal with me honestly. That's as starchy and literal a point as I've ever heard. But you're not wrong. Also, I like how you handled yourself there, throwing your authority around like it meant something. I mentioned before that I'm good at picking up different weapons and fighting techniques. The truth is, I'm better than good. I could flay a man so cleanly that I'd leave a single strip of skin behind. He wouldn't even need to be tied down. That was one of the first things I discovered about myself after joining the Scarlet Chorus. The voices of Narot recognized it in me as well, which is why he signed me on for the Scarlet Fury training. Go on. My sisters were the masters of their fighting forms, but since they died, my style has changed. Almost like I can kill as they did. I could pick up a bow, a lance, anything really. I could tear someone to pieces with a weapon that I only watched my sisters use. I don't know what it could mean, but that worries me. Who are your sisters? Who were they would be more appropriate. Three Whispers, Red Geyser, and Seeking Sheath. Best fighters I ever met. There wasn't a foe we couldn't take down together. Our fighting styles complemented perfectly. So we divided up the killing work like bards sharing a song. At least we used to. Tell me about Three Whispers. She was as calm as the surface of a pond and light on her feet. More than one foe tripped and fell on their blade due to Whisper's crafty footwork. Tell me about Red Geyser. A one-woman siege breaker. She would launch herself at her foes like a battering ram. Not even a disfavored phalanx could have withstood that dumb suicidal wench. Kairos' eyes. But she was something to behold. Tell me about Seeking Sheath. That girl could pass a spear through 12 rings from the far side of a battlefield. Kairos helped any foe who approached her marching single file. She made a game of spitting as many soldiers as possible on the same javelin. What happened to them? We were scouted around Vendrian Well during the siege, back when we only suspected the guard of organizing the secret. My sisters and I came upon a group of them. Kairos knows, maybe they found us. No one said anything. We drew iron and bronze. That was when everything went wrong. I was supposed to take point and occupy the guard with the dancing of blade work. Something disorienting while my sisters picked their marks. I hesitated. I lost my nerve. Instead of rushing the Oathbreakers, I froze with my weapon drawn. My sisters fought on without me, but they were off balance, like whatever I had was catching. They died, I lived. My sisters were relying on me to lead the dance, and I failed them. Your actions were inexcusable for a fighter of your station. You're absolutely right. If I had witnessed the same in one of my sisters, I might have even killed her for endangering the rest of us. Good thing for me, they didn't get the chance. Hesitation is a rot, it's unbecoming of any chorus member, and unheard of in Scarlet Fury. I would cut it from my body and cauterize the wound if only I knew the source. Any thoughts on the topic, or are we just here to open old wounds? Any idea why you lost your nerve in battle? I wish I had an explanation. For the first time, I lost the dance. The song of murder drew silent. Instead, there was only rigid, organized control. Back to my questions about the... Oh, wait, sorry.
What do you need to know?
Who are the Scarlet Chorus leaders? Well, the Voices of Narod is a spider at the center of the web. He acts like the army belongs to him, and he only lends it to Kairos because it suits his purpose, both of which are true. The rest are all offshoots of the Voices, like the Fifth Eye. Once you get down to the rank and file, the Scarlet Chorus organize around a motley bunch of gang bosses who call the shots. What do you want to know? Tell me about the Voice of Narod. He's a madman, and that never stopped me from following his orders. Even in a legion as cutthroat as a chorus, you know better than to get on the Voice's bad side. People who cross him, or just people he meets, don't tend to survive the experience. If he ever seems disorganized or lost, it's because he's channeling one of the personalities he's devoured over the years. His mannerisms shift over to someone else, someone who's probably long since died. Better to die than become part of the Voices. What makes the Voices of Narod so powerful? He's the Archon of Secrets, and he didn't earn the title lightly. People say that he knows more about every sage in the tiers combined, and that he can think 1,000 steps ahead of the other Archons. It would be putting it lightly to say he's never alone under that disapproving helmet of his. If you make secrets your business, I guess having people constantly whisper in your ear is a good thing. I usually want people to shut up, but to each their own. Tell me about the Fifth Eye. A walking nightmare, that one. I couldn't begin to guess who lives under that armor and speaks with that ready voice. But I'll tell you what I know. When your world is built on secrets, it pays to have a few extra eyes. The Voices of Narod has eyes in abundance, some that he keeps close, and others that he sends out in the wilderness. Wherever the Fifth Eye was before he came into the Archon's service, now he's just a half-mad jabbering speech hole, a bodily function, in other words, an eye. Wait, Narod's eyes are people? Maybe they used to be people, whatever they were. They're eyes now. Folks like to whisper that the Voices of Narod takes his servants and cuts out all the extra parts that they don't need. I once heard the Voices and the Fifth Eye in a tent together. The Voices kept screaming redundancies, redundancies every time. Another gout of blood would spray on the canvas walls. I can't even guess what he was cutting out. How many eyes does the Archon of Secrets have? The number keeps changing, either because it grows or because rumors don't mean shit. 3, 7, 19. Some even say that all of us are eyes and we don't even know it. It's one of those questions that drives you mad if you allow yourself to think about it for too long. Hey, you could be one of Tunan's eyes, but you never thought of that. Tell me about the gang bosses. A boss is anyone who can rally enough support to kill the previous boss. They cling to command until someone gets wise and stabs them in the back. Tipcap leads the Filthy Lambs. Lox leads the Rusted Harps. Sharp used to lead the Bone Boys. Couldn't say where he ended up after they broke his legs. Waterwheel around the Hairy Hunters. Halls for Shit leads the Lazy Malkins. Then Scurvy Queen, Finger Food, and Wild Gash collectively lead the Ladies of Perpetual Strangulation. I'm forgetting at least a dozen more. I've even led a gang or two in my day. They never survive very long, so no point in getting attached. You led a gang? Don't act so surprised. I can crack a whip better than any of those daisies at the disfavored labor camps, but I was never that interested in the power struggle of those grunts and scabs in the middle. I wanted to stand on top like an apex predator. Here I am. So when I got tired of a gang, I disbanded and let the other bosses fight over the new recruits. That much amused me, at least. Some of my old mates are still alive and hanging around wherever they ended up. Let me ask you about
What do you need to
something
know?
else. Oh my god.
Do you now? Call me intrigued. You already know that I memorized the moves of my Scarlet Fury sisters. If it seems like a total mystery to me, I don't know how you could have arrived at any conclusions, but I'm open to ideas.
I like having lore. Your talent reminds me of the voices of Narot.
I hope I didn't hear you say that, Fatebinder, because the implication is more than either of us is prepared to handle. The voices of Narot is a monster. We both know that Taratus has never seen a creature more despicable than him. Never mind that he's kind of my boss.
Think about it. He absorbs the mind of his victims.
Well, I don't want to fucking think about it. Didn't you consider for a second that the thought had occurred to me already? I've traveled with the chorus for years. I've seen what the voices can do, and it scares me, all right? The idea that everything I am could be reduced to that. If I had that kind of power, if I could become like him, I don't know how I could live with myself. I'd rather drown myself in a camp latrine.
You don't have to become like him, just be selective.
I'm sure he had the same idea when he got started. But you know what they say about power? It's usually wielded by assholes. My sisters died. Oh, you should have seen us. We were amazing together. I didn't mean to take away what made them special, but I did it all the same. And let me tell you, it felt terrible. If I lived a century, I might never figure out how to make that happen again. And more importantly, I don't want to.
How is it that you picked up your fallen sister's weapon skills? That's been on my mind for some time, and I still don't have an explanation that fits. I have a few ideas, but Scarlet Fury shares sort of link. It's how we coordinate our dance in the heat of battle. We don't pass messages or anything, but our emotions and intentions sync up without words. The one thing I always knew was that I felt this connection more keenly than my sisters did. I could pick up nuances that they missed, and I could feel them from further away. When my sisters died, I felt each of them getting yanked out of my brain like someone putting snails from a garden, but some of their slime residue was still there. Does that make any sense? I would take comfort in that. Your sisters live on in you. Your optimism is cute, Fatebinder, if singularly useless. It won't bring my sisters back, and it doesn't fix this thing in my head that I don't understand. What are your thoughts on the disfavored? A warren of self-entitled children so wound up in delusion of honor, they're likely to hang themselves by their own high standards. I wish they had stayed in the Northern Empire where they belonged. Then we could get some real work done in the tiers. What do you think of their leader, Graven Ash? I've seen enough of that high-minded braggart to know that he's all duty, nothing but a charismatic, broad-shouldered scarecrow. He calls himself the Archon of War, though by the way he stalls his forces, waiting for a better strategy to present itself, you'd think he's afraid of battle. You would think that someone more deserving would take Ash's mantle from him, but the disfavored have his cult of personality built around their great general. In their eyes, he can do no wrong. What about Ash's connection to his troops? Graven Ash protects. Hey, Cliff. His soldiers keep harping on those words like they mean something. I don't deny that the disfavored can take a few extra lumps on the battlefield, but that only speaks to their thick-headedness. If anything, it's only true because his soldiers place that much trust in it. I've seen the power of suggestion do stranger things to people. Could that be possible? We're talking about a man who's centuries old and wears glowing armor, you tell me. Who would you see take Ash's place? I'd rather let the disfavored sort it out amongst themselves. Graven Ash is the aging figurehead of what should be a constantly changing role. The right soldier needs to grow a pair and kill the old man. Kick his cane out from under him. Remind the Legion what strength looks like. The voices of Narot changes. He's a multifaceted gem, and the Scarlet Chorus is a reflection of that beauty. If someone could rise up and strike down the voices, any of us would follow them in a heartbeat. I suppose you have a better idea on how to handle the disfavored forces? Of course I do. First, I'd stop babying the troops. Pain is a lesson best learned early. I'd conscript from the locals to bolster the front lines, because why waste your elite on the vanguard? Then I'd leave any misplaced ethics back at the Northern Empire. They're not helping Kairos' army anyway, so fuck them. You take away everything that makes them strong. It's a damn fine alternative from where I'm standing. If all that strength couldn't end a siege, then what good is it to anyone? Would that be so wrong? The chorus is accountable for itself in ways that the disfavored aren't. Our weak die and the strong fight to keep their rank. The disfavored promote their waning bloodline and discipline any soldier with the audacity to show their teeth, though they never admit it. The disfavored need the chorus to show them the way. Okay. What do you think the disfavored have a chance to succeed the tiers, or do you? Speaking as one of the exceptions, most of the tiersmen are pushovers. The people of Stalwart seem capable enough, though I have my doubts. You might call them the disfavored's best challenge. Even if they succeeded, it might be too late to redeem themselves. The chorus have already impacted the conquest more than the disfavored have, or likely ever will. What are your thoughts on their battle strategies? They really got something with that phalanx maneuver, a formation built on holding still, moving forward slowly and hoping that no one slips in the mud. At best, the disfavored are tired of using the same tactic over and over. At worst, the enemy knows what to expect out of them. Hey, Kasumi. Scarlet Furies are dancers. We hear the music of battle and organize ourselves into works of killing art. Every fight is as hot and passionate as the last, with no room for a stale routine. What do you think of those who defy Kairos' authority? The tiersmen can either fight or submit to Kairos' peace, and only one of those options captures my interest. I suppose I appreciate when they go down fighting. If they did otherwise, I would need to find another excuse to flay them. They need to understand, whether we unify the tiers under a shared banner or at the bottom of a mass grave, makes little difference to you, me, or Kairos. Did you fight in any notable battles? I spent some time in Azure toward the end of the war. Beastmen ripped my unit apart. We thought they might be working under Cairn's orders, but we never found out for sure. It's an interesting view of the conquest. It's a pragmatic one, anyway. The Scarlet Chorus caught onto the idea at the beginning of the campaign. If no one objects that we're here to carve a bloody path for gain and amusement, then by all accounts that is our purpose. Besides, unification is such a vague concept that Kairos allows the disfavored and the chorus to interpret it as they will. Oh god, I've been reading so much I can no longer read. The Overlord is concerned with results. I'm happy to focus on the details, especially if that means cutting off a farmer's legs while his family watches their land burn. You're disgusting. I gained my first reputation ability. If you understand how Scarlet Fury makes art out of death, you might not think so. Keep an open mind. You might enjoy the things I show you. No. I don't think that I will. Okay, we'll talk later. We gained our first reputation. Big reputation. Big reputation. The Scarlet Chorus were annoyed by your words. Ooh, the disfavored like me. Project intense flames towards Verse while she catches on her blades and spins into an aura of wreathing flames around her. Cool. Kitten, you're back under my desk again. Okay. My eyes are dry from reading so many teeny tiny words all at once. I am. Ba, 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 ba. And you know, is just like a soldier. I'm tired of this nonsense. You keep recruiting these Oathbreakers. Then you fail to inflict order and they defect, and we have to fight them all over again. Let's hear what the Faithbinder has to say. My mates in the Blood Chanter Guild tell me you were most supportive of our claims to the scrolls of the Vellum Citadel. Surely you understand that the Scarlet Chorus is wise enough not to squander any advantage you can take from the enemy. Execute the Oathbreaker. One chance to surrender is enough. Happily, this one will pay for Drastus and all my other brothers and sisters that perished here in Vendrian Wells. You heard the oath, the Fatebinder. Kill him, but make an example of him. Find a post that's not in use and string him up. Until next time, Fatebinder, I know you have important business in the valley. No point in keeping you. For the glory of Kairos. Need something? What's the situation here in Vendrian Well? The Oathbreakers hold the citadel at the heart of the valley, the one built around the base of the spire. The Matani River has been our largest headache during the siege. It's unsafe for our armored troops to ford, save for at key locations, and the enemy knows this as well as we do. I know we'd be a lot further along if the Scarlet Chorus used its alleged strength and numbers to ford the river themselves and overwhelm the enemy. As it is, we must take the valley slowly and advance the disfavored bulwark, since that's where the real work gets done. Because all it takes is numbers to cross a river under a hail of arrows. If the disfavored were quicker to act, maybe the Vendrian Guard wouldn't be so trained up to face us. If either of you was correct, the campaign would be over and I wouldn't be here. A fair point. The Legion is eager to gain some perspective on our quarrels. Consequently, I retract my previous remark. Really? Because I don't. Next time you say something, try to mean it. How long have you been with the disfavored? 7 years. 2 seasons, mayhap a handful of days. I trained at Fort Resolution a bit before the conquest. Compared to the commanders you find around camp or stationed at Iron Hearth, that makes me one of the young bloods. This has been a long and grueling campaign, but the end is in sight. We'll have the Oathbreakers back under control, then we can rest, retrain, and even cycle out troops so we can see our families again. What can you tell me of the Vendrian Guard? They are the last gasp of the young realms. Among them are warriors that escaped the bastard city siege, a few refugees from other victories, and a bunch of Vendrian locals with delusions of independence. These southern wastrels cannot match our iron, nor the chorus's numbers. What on Terratus gave them the nerve? Sorry. What on Terratus gave them the nerve to rise up and ask for a second helping of battle is anyone's guess. Seen anything interesting during the war? I once saw a forge-bound artisan set himself on fire. Occupational hazard. That was an unpleasant day. The first of many, to be honest. I heard about the edict you proclaimed at the burning library, but thankfully I wasn't there. One fire was enough for me. Have a pleasant siege, Fatebinder. Okay, so I've spoken to Aurora, I've spoken to Kozma. Let's talk to Mockingblade. Okay, she doesn't want to talk to me. Fair enough. We sing the Anthem of Pain. Okay, so where am I supposed to go now? It said south, didn't it? Didn't it tell me to go south?
Sorry, I can't.
What do you mean, sorry, you can't? Okay, and where are you gonna tell me to go? Oh, this makes sense. Okay. End this. No, I don't think I will. You there, muttering through a mouthful of congealed blood, Tarkus Demos hangs from the stake. End this, I beg you. But you make a better warning to others while you're still twitching. Okay. So that's where I can continue on, but there's a thing over here.
Can't do that.
Nah. Sag. Okay. I don't have the subterfuge. Okay. Disfavored camp. It will take you 2 hours to complete your journey. Okay. So we're in the lower corner. Okay, so this is us. Hail, Fatebinder. The disfavored scout nods at your approach. Camp's on up ahead, don't mind us, just clearing out the rubble. Rabble? I still don't understand what I've done to offend. I respect that these are now disfavored lands, and I'm happy to give the Legion a proper toll. But she's going on about trading rights. What nonsense is that? I'm not allowed to trade one thing for another. It's not like I'm selling weapons to angry peasants or anything like that. The Overlord regulates all trade. If you lack the proper permits, your goods are forfeit. A trade permit? Well, how was I mean, to whom would I speak to for such things? Not us, and not our problem. Maybe march your butt to Bastard City and plead your case before Tunon. But we'll lighten your burden and relieve you of your wares first. That would make the long trek a bit more bearable. Anything to be argued before Tunon may be argued before me. What's there to discuss? We should kill this mongrel, and if the Fatebinder wishes to weigh in on the matter, courtesy demands we listen. This is a disfavored matter, but I know the agents of the court do so love to throw their judgment around. Well, you could rob me now and have my supplies today, or you can leave me alive and have fermented honey all year round. I even know a few family recipes for painkillers and healing trouts. Certainly any army will need those. What a coincidence. Your family recipe for wound paste smells just like the Scarlet Fury's own concoction. Where'd you steal this? The merchant tenses up. His face flushing red. I don't know what you're talking about. You were right. Kill this liar and share the proceeds with the Legion. No, please, I can explain. How do you know a cheersman is lying? His lips are moving. Clean kill, cleaner than he deserved anyway. I would have done a better job of it, but I don't begrudge your currying favor with the Ironclads. Let's pick through what's useful. If you find something of merit, report it to the Iron Marshal. And Fatebinder, thanks for making the right call. Every time we show the locals a dram of civility, they spit on our good fortune. Let us never fall for their treachery again. Get fucked, nerd! Me and my lore are gonna carry me through this game. No! Subterfuge! I need a god... Hold on. Where are my talents? Ooh. Launch first into the air. Where is my talents? Somebody give me a gosh dang bonus to lore. Do I not have any talents yet? I thought I said got it. Okay, never mind. Whatever. Slow down a moment. I know we're both eager to watch the Archons bicker over tactics like a pair of magpies, but I need to ask you something first. What's that? The voice of Nerat told me that you've become a mediator, considering the source well. I can't help but feel I'm only hearing half the story, so let's have it. What's so special about you? I'm here to deliver an edict from Kryos. That makes a crazy kind of sense, considering how long the siege has taxed the armies. I can understand why Kairos would send you with an edict to speed things along. Have you read it? Do you know what it says? The Archons must claim Ascension Hall by Kairos' Day of Swords or all will perish. One more thing for the Archons to fight over. Well, thanks for cluing me in. If Kairos sends any fighting our way, just tell me when to duck. What else has the voices of Nerat told you? Only that I could find you at the Edgering Ruins. Thankfully, I could have picked you out of a crowd. You're the only one of us who hasn't spent the last few months bathing in the stink of the Matani River. Why so suspicious? It's just a feeling I got. When the Archons are together, the air gets as taut as a bowstring. Blah, 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 blah. I can read, I swear. It's just a feeling I got. When the Archons are together, the air gets as taut as a bowstring. I can't help but think that no amount of compromise will get them seeing eye to eye. Why do you think the Archons are at odds? I've been with the Scarlet Chorus since the early days of the Conquest, so I can say it's been a building for a few years now. There's an energy about those two, like a pair of storms moving to collide. I heard tell that Graven Ash and the voice of Nerat share some bad blood in the Northern Empire, and I don't know any of the particulars. That's absurd. If the Archons cannot put the past behind them, they are unfit to command. Quick to anger, are we? I'm not disagreeing with you, but I would take care when you speak your mind. Someone is always eager to report slander to their favorite Archon. With all the power they wield, whose types are not quick to forgive. I really ought to get to the meeting with the Archons. The war tents is just past the center of camp. One last thing. Be careful around these disfavored types. They take their work seriously, and most of the have suffered too many blows to the head. Well, I want to explore the map first. A humble grave.
A modest grave for the Archon's son, Brennix. We don't bother with funeral rites in the chorus. No point in thanking conscripts for their duty.
Nodders. What uses as pristine and finely cut. Okay. Go no further. You approached its favored ground. State your business. I am Tunan's Fatebinder. Stand aside. I am expected. Ah, so you're the fire starter. Seveus and the companies returning from the burning library are telling more harrowing stories about Kairos' Edict of Fire. I think myself brave, but I'm happy to have been far away from it all. Must have been a terrifying honor to be the messenger of such a righteous force. Go on in. The Archons are expecting you. You'll find them in the War Tent center of camp. Why did I get fear for that? Subterfuge! I better not get in trouble for this. Okay. Bitter quip. I want all of your stuff. All of your stuff all of the time. Okay, so I'll talk to you. Talk to people that have names. Hail to you, guardian of the law. If you have a few excess rings weighing you down, best unburden yourself before battle. You know that if the disfavored suffer a merchant in their camp, that must be a man selling only the finest provisions and armaments. Take a look and see if something interests you. How did he come to work with the disfavored? Hard work and good supplies. When Tunan's men came to my village, all the merchants were given different lists of what they were and weren't permitted to trade. In Kairos' wisdom, my record must have been a good one, because I was given the right to trade in all manner of goods, most importantly arms. Not a lot of merchants can legally sell weapons. It was like that even before Kairos. Okay. Let's see. What do you have? Scroll, Sigil of Frost. Which... Oh, wait, no, I didn't want that. Let's see. Do 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 do. Okay. Trade. Okay. Got no time to chatter.
Can't do that.
Can't do what? I haven't done anything.
It's all in the reflexes.
Merchant tunic. Hello, sir. Repairing weapons with scrap isn't exactly why I got into this craft, but our supplies are spent. Why not forge bronze? Bronze will do in a pinch, don't get me wrong. It can take a beating and get bent back into shape, unlike the stubborn iron we have here, and we always have plenty of tin and copper lying around, so supplies aren't the problem. It's a rare smith who can churn out military-grade bronze consistently. More often than not, it comes out soft. Look around camp. We're garbing the Legion head to toe in iron because it's cheaper and easier to produce for the masses. Couldn't do that with bronze. They call the disfavored the Iron Legion for a reason. Strategy and skill may be our backbone, but our claws are made of iron and the good stuff that comes from the Smiths and the Lithians crossing. You mentioned an iron shortage? I'm afraid so. The last shipment sent down the Mittani went missing near Echo Call Crossing, and I'm afraid we won't be seeing any more now that the valley is sealed. Forge-bound iron is Tunan's responsibility. Why is the first time I'm hearing of it? Keep your voice down. Graven Ash doesn't want to cause a panic or pass any information to the Vendrian Guard. Best case scenario, the iron tumbled off a boat and is resting on a riverbed. Worst case, it ended up in Echo. If I find myself in Echo Call, I suppose I can keep an eye out. I appreciate that, as does the great general. More than you might guess. Maybe he isn't quick to offer his thanks to outsiders, but I know he'll be grateful for your help. It would be a boon to the war effort if our iron was recovered. I will handle this. I'm here to help, even if that means cleaning up the Archon's mess. No need to salt the wound, Fatebinder. None of us is mistaken in thinking that the siege has gone exactly as planned. You see that? That is how we tell apart our iron shipments from the rest. Inconspicuous so people don't go snooping around. You'll want to keep your eye out for these. Good hunting. Are you familiar with the Forge-bound art? Not in the least. The Forge-bound are artists who work in metal rather than paint. They conjure flames. Yeah, it's reminding me a lot of Rogue Trader, which I think is kind of the point. It's like a very classic RPG. It's a lot of reading though, which, you know, I like, but it is also one of the more tiring kinds of games to play after a while, because, you know, the voice gets a little tired when you have to be everybody, but I like it. I swing a hammer and hope that the Ash's protection extends to my thumb whenever I miss. Let me see your wares. Oh no, I want to look at it. Yeah, there is no TTS, unfortunately, for games like this. Okay. Alright, I will be right back as there is an ad playing. Give me one moment. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you're enjoying. Kitten under my desk, hope I'm not running her over with my chair. You're an emissary. What is it like working with the disfavored? Reporting to the Iron Hag is an insult. She fought one duel for her title. One. Okay. What can you tell me about the core? The chorus is the future of the tears. I feel only derision and pity for those who fear our inevitable ascension. What in particular would you like to know? Tell me about the voices of Narant. He's the supreme commander and public servant, he who sets us free but directs all. The voices of Narant is the epitome or epitome of what each of us can be, a magician without equal and the leader of uncountable numbers. The voices of the chorus are one, conquering, expanding, growing, changing, always stronger. Glory to the voices. Sounds as if you really like the voices of Narant. How did you come to join the Scarlet Chorus? The doctrine of strength speaks to me, and I answered its call, as did some of my arcane peers. I took the chorus almost instantly. Unlike most, I cried out, not for the life of comfort lost to me. My magic invokes fear and terror, and I easily established my dominance over a pack in my early days in the chorus. If you're so curious about it all, perhaps you should visit our camp and see for yourself. What is your role in the chorus? I am a blood chanter. My magic can turn the will of man and tide of battle. I have held command for 3 years now, though being forced to keep an eye on the disfavored is not the reward I had envisioned for my service thus far. That's all for now. Did I get this already? I am Lucia, this is Marcus, and you must be the Fatefinder. We've been assigned to babies, assigned to your hospitality, while you remain on disfavored ground. If you should need a place to rest, we can make the necessary preparations. What can we do for you? Marcus, tell me about yourself. Not sure there's much to tell you. I trained at Fort Resolution. This is my first campaign, and I'm proud to be with the Legion. I was wounded at the Gate of Judgment, but Raven Ash's protection mended me good. I owe my life to him. Are you bragging that you let your guard down and took a spear to the gut? You really shouldn't boast about a filthy cheersman besting you in battle. You're just as bitter that Lord Ash never seems to notice you. In all seriousness, I would take that spear again if it brought honor to the disfavored. Kairos knows we could use it. We are the elite fighters of the Northern Army, but somehow we still lack the Overlord's confidence. Lucia, tell me about yourself. I do this, and I do this. Playing host is not my strong suit. Ignore my sarcasm. I have seen the Legion through my share of the campaign. After so much bloodshed, our pretenses of honor can wear me down. The North is my home, and I consider each and every one of the ironclad bastards in this camp to be my family. We won't find another army where each member of the phalanx is as beloved and cherished as the next. You seem handy with a weapon, Lucia. I'm handy in lots of ways, believe me. Weapons, though, you could say I know what I'm doing. Are you flirting with the Tunan's Fatebinder? Relax, Marcus. There are plenty of camp slaves if I ever need to scratch an itch. However, if you ever need someone to warm your bedroll, let me know. I sleep in my armor. I hope you don't mind. What? How have your skills fared in battle against the Oathbreakers, Marcus? Every battle is a reminder of the Legion's superiority. The Oathbreakers have plenty of heart, but nothing to beat our northern values and Graven Ash's love. If you ever want to enjoy that feeling, I can spare you the time of day to cross iron. What? What is that? Are both of them flirting with me? What's it like serving with the disfavored? In spite of our name, the Legion commands more honor than any military on the face of Teradus. Unlike the chorus, there is tradition, discipline, teamwork, and unity of purpose. There aren't many of us, but it's better that way. We're a tightly knit family bound together by trust and glory. Accurate, though. After seeing the disunity and bickering of the younger realm defenders, I feel lucky to be in the most agreeable Legion of Kairos' host, even if we're not always most efficient. If the Legion boasts so much honor, why are they disfavored? I'm afraid that isn't for me to say. Others around camp might be able to tell you more, but I'm freely to discuss the Great General's history to outsiders. What was that? Amber, what are you doing? Hello. I mean, wasn't saying no. I was just rather surprised. Oh. Train me in parry. Okay. Okay. Oh, she could have trained me in dodge. I should have read. Oh, well, it's fine. Okay, well. I can't ask either of them to sleep with me, which is sage. Would you like to rest? No. But I will after. The Archons will wait me inside. Well, yesterday you chid me for wishing to wait. Now you suggest an even longer delay. Perhaps the voices in your skull ought to come to consensus if you wish to be taken seriously. No, I wanted to subterfuge.
That's 4 reports of avalanches in the mountains now. The Tearsmen can barely count past 9. They have neither the capacity nor the cause to close off the mountain passes. Either way, that leaves the 2nd and 4th cohort trapped outside the valley.
The Archon of War pouts his staff on the ground to punctuate his words, a large and opposing man to begin with. His profile is made larger still by his hulking suit of armor that hums with mystic energy.
Or it's the work of your perfidious Earthshakers. Only a fool would not suspect a traitorous Archon of poisoning the mind of his students with sedition. We would have killed the Earthshakers Guild for their master's treachery, but I'm sure you have some perfectly valid reason for allowing them to live as your pawns.
The Archon of Secrets passes a scepter between his hands as he speaks, twirling the rod in hypnotic circles. Emerald luminescence seeps from the seams of the Archon's ragged red robes. The glow is most notable where his mask ought to be. Where his neck ought to be. His mask seems to float and spin, never pivoting or bending naturally.
Hey, watch yourself. When these two get going, you don't want to get between them.
Yeah, I'm fine with them fighting.
I always know you've run out of things to say when you resort to mocking my vassals. If we are to speak of treachery, why is it that my scouts see the Scarlet Chorus warriors defecting back to the Vendrian Guard? Your fearsome reputation has gone flaccid, for it seems you cannot control your soldiers, or perhaps you simply choose not to.
My lords, the Fatebinder has arrived. The disfavored commander raises her voice, trying with little success to speak over the Archons. Perhaps we could table the discussion and let our guests speak.
Speaking of strategic failures, who was it that insisted the valley would need only a token garrison? For some strange reason, we can't seem to recall which balding halfwit grossly underestimated the enemy. Thoughts?
The Archon of Secrets twirls his scepter in a twisting loop, his leather-wrapped hands flipping the heavy rod with an effortless flow.
And I thought you had left agents within these Tearsmen when they surrendered. Either you failed to see this coming, or you knew and let it happen. Incompetent or in cahoots, either way, this mess has your filthy stink all over it.
The Archon of War lurches forward, resting his weight on his war maul as blue luminescence crackles around his armor.
We look forward to seeing you explain to Tunon why the Archon of War could not close the vice on this trivial little insurgency. When we are crowned the ruler of the Tears, we shall have this place renamed to Ash's Folly in your honor.
The voices of Nerat tosses his scepter into the air, catching it as it descends back down.
If I could trust the information I get from you and your conscripted mouth breathers, perhaps I'd order my cohorts around a bit more aggressively. But last time I trusted your all-clear report, my troops failed to come home.
Oh, Ash, old boy. If you're going to have a little sob every time one of your nieces or nephews dies to the Tearsmen, perhaps we should have Siren sing you some calming lullabies to help you cope with your grief.
The Archon flips his scepter 3 times around, humming gleefully. Hold your tongue. I will not have you denigrate the honor of our fallen brethren. I'd be doing this all a favor if I cracked open that excuse for a skull. They bicker like children, do they not? The fifth eye's granting tenor pierces the tension in the tent and all eyes land on the Crimson Sphere. I, meant only to say welcome. Welcome to our guest, the Fatebinder. And not a moment too soon. Governor Celine, long have we been honored by your iron. Now we are honored with your presence. I must apologize for my lord's tempers run high as of late.
Ah, the fire starter has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Our agents tell us such lovely stories of what you did at the Vellum Citadel. Have you come bearing another fragment of Kairos' wrath in tow? We were worried you'd never make it. So glad that Drostus' demise didn't cause further delay.
Are you all done bickering? I have an edict to proclaim.
My dear Binder, we won't be done bickering until the last of Ash's hair falls out. We'll pause for you to read your little missive. Go on, don't keep us all in suspense. Once again, you bring us support in a time of need. We fondly remember your service to the chorus in the taking of the Bastard City. We knew back then you were destined for great things. But we had not anticipated you would be twice honored with the task of proclamation. So, do not keep us waiting. What is the Overlord's will?
The Overlord's loyal servants must hold Ascension Hall by Kairos' Day of Swords, or all the valley shall perish. The earth sways with each word you utter, the air thickening with warmth as you pronounce the tersely phrased commandment. Its very syllable drafted by the hands of Kairos. With the edict proclaimed, your pulse quickens and the muscles in your legs, worn from a long trip down the valleys, feel renewed, the tired limbs now nearly buoyant with vigor.
The Overlord means to compel us into action. No doubt the avalanches in the mountains are part of this ultimatum. We must conquer the Oathbreakers or die in failure. There is no room for error, and no other way out of this valley alive. We'll need to advance across the Mittani. We lose everything if we stand still. And we move to backup Plan Green. The Earthshakers didn't make it over the mountain in time. So we do this the hard way. Over the walls instead of through.
So you found your backbone at last! Oh, we were worried past humiliations would make you soft, timid. That was a record for you, right? The baker's dozen lost in one sortie. If you had waited for the chorus reinforcements, maybe we'd have eyes and ears on the matter.
They call you the Archon of Secrets, but you certainly don't seem to know anything remotely useful.
I second the Fatebinder. Thought you had the memories of one of those Oathbreakers rattling about that bronze gourd of yours. Would Kairos' mighty spy master please enlighten this gathering of allies with some scrap of strategic insight?
The Archon turns his head to the side until the face of his mask is turned around and a new face. A new facet of the mask presents itself as facing forward. When next the Archon speaks, the trembling voice of a younger man can be heard.
Our river was to be the bulwark, but with the Tidecasters slain, what hope remains? It's so cold in here. Help me, please.
Our sources tell us the Oathbreakers had some sort of magical trick in store. But this knowledge is tinged with fear, trepidation. If we make a move for the Mitanni, we suspect the Oathbreakers will mount a counterattack that is equal parts valiant and futile.
That voice, who was it?
That was Mitanni Yanev, former noble of Apex and one of the leaders of the Vendrian Guard. Back when they were half-respectable enemies that knew how to lose with dignity. When the Guard first surrendered, Yanev presented himself to us. What he knew, we now know.
Our lives hang in the balance because you two bicker like children. Now go. Solve the problem you started. My lord, Barrack and his band have been drilled on the Echo Call assault plans. The Crescent Runners should be briefing him as we speak. Barrack? I bet he's gonna be our friend. I will dispatch him at once. And I will ensure the chorus stands ready to march. If the disfavored can take the river, the chorus has the manpower to secure the outer ring of the valley.
Our soldiers clamor for battle, and at last we shall have it. Thus, we command you to continue guarding the Fatebinder.
Tunan's Chosen is our honored guest, and must be shown our finest hospitality.
I won't let you down, boss. She'll get through the campaign in one piece, as long as she doesn't do anything too stupid.
I wanna romance the voices of
The
Narot.
fool and his puppet are gone. Perhaps now I can hear myself think. Rarely do I question Kairos' judgment, but I will never understand why the voices of Narot is given such authority. I shudder to think what will become of us all should Tunon favor him in the end. Though the edict threatens the Scarlet Chorus just as it threatens us, I cannot shake the feeling that our allies will work against us. You've shown your worth in war, and your name has been known to the Legion since the very beginning of this long conquest. So I'd ask that you join us this one last time to help us wrap
Yes,
up
I
this
do.
last objective. If you wish to be counted amongst the glorious, speak with the Iron Marshal. She will direct the order of battle until we are ready for the final push into the Citadel.
That's me! I'm short a few scouts, short a few soldiers, short a few soldiers, short a few everything. I'm sure my brethren would be grateful for the assistance of a skilled outlander. And what of the Scarlet Chorus? How will they be helping?
I ask myself that question often. While we take the river crossing, the Scarlet Chorus should be using their sizable presence to remove the Oathbreaker patrols lurking in the outer valley.
The Oathbreakers have maintained a sizable force outside the Citadel. We need the Chorus manpower to scour the region. Otherwise, the Oathbreakers will attack at our heels once we cross the Mitanni. I'd be honored to help. I will be at the training grounds readying the soldiers. Find me there when you're ready. And though I am loath to mention it, the Chorus can likely use your assistance. They certainly won't secure the outer valleys on their own. Ithai will be somewhere in that rat's nest they call a camp, due east. Seek him out if you must. Okay. Talking with the companion, I did that already. Level up, level up.
Ah, got it.
Turquoise, yoink. The first time you proclaimed an edict, you gave the enemy a suspicious amount of time to ready themselves. I chalk it up to excessive mercy for a backwards people. But when the edict is against your kin, that order you follow to the letter. Be gone from my tent, I tire of these endless distractions. Don't tell me what to do, you bitch! I hate you. I don't remember you. By Krynos is... What a great line. By Kairos' iron anus, it's the fire starter. And those swine finks in the chorus told me you were a pile of ash. Severus, good to see you, but now's not the time. I hope this ends in a hug. The North never forgets a friend in need. Aww. I don't know you, but we're hugging. Our little camp is overrun with these northern lepers from the voices adopts along the way. Probably half of them were the fuckers we didn't kill the first time through this valley. Troubling thought. Graven Ash doesn't tell me everything, but I know you're here on official court business. Iron Marshal's running the logistics on this one. I'm just playing slave driver and making sure the patrols stay on schedule. What is it that you need? I overheard you asking that fire shaker where their reinforcements have gone. Is there a problem? I'm afraid so. Radix, the head of the Earth Shakers, was supposed to arrive with a group of his most competent spell singers to help break this stalemate. I don't know what's holding up their arrival, and that worries me. If you were at all inclined to lend a hand, we could use some arcane support on our side. Have you checked any caches for confiscated lore? If only our work was that easy. At the Archon of War's behest, we make a bonfire of any illicit tomes or scrolls we might confiscate. At least those that don't slip through our fingers from time to time. The likelihood of finding our missing mages nested among a stack of parchment is slim. I could lend a hand. Could you? I think the Tunon's agent wouldn't fail us in a time of need. I'll mark the last known site of the Earthshaker reinforcements on your map. Good hunting, Fatebinder. Why do you think the siege has delayed for so long? It should have been over real quick and simple. The first cohort arrived in the valley and went right for the kill. But that was before we knew the Vendrian Guard had sages, then that Water Witch on their side. A bigger problem is the Scarlet Chorus, the eager conscript of the Vendrian Guard, but I have no proof of this. But it seems they do very little to keep a watchful eye on those drafted tiersmen. They are often sent out on patrol, and we suspect they use that opportunity to escape back to the Vendrian Guard. Every chorus conscript has a choice, life under Kairos or death under the army's boots. By all means, feel free to cut down those who choose the latter. We won't be offended. Just so we don't mistake each other, I know what I'm saying carries an implication of treachery. I'm not making a formal accusation before Tunon's agent. I'm just voicing my gut opinion on the matter. The two armies haven't worked well together in years. Why do you think this? Come on, Binder. Seems like asking why beasts stink. The disfavored are only too eager to deliver Kairos's peace to the tears. While the Scarlet Chorus brings only mayhem in their wake. You can tell me the voice of Narod has a plan and I'll take your word for it. But the chorus sure seems to blunder around, never moving with purpose as we do. I wonder if we've been fighting the same war soldier. I've seen Ash yank his precious soldiers away from more battles than he's won. If you want to call that progress, be my guest. Unless we find a way to work as one, I fear the Scarlet Chorus will step in front of Graven Ash's strategies at every turn. As far as I'm concerned, it seems like the voices of Narad is here to amuse himself, while the rest of us are here to do our job. Tell me about yourself. Not much to tell. Am I laggy? I look like I'm a little laggy. What's going on? My V2 Studio seems to be okay. Oh, I am dropping frames. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. I seem to be okay now. Am I okay now? Yeah, but I said that about like a minute ago. Nodders check. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. There's like a minute or so delay now. But I don't know what caused it. It seems like my graphics card got a little angy for a bit there. And then it fixed itself. Should I restart my stream or just keep going, do you think? Okay. I don't know what that was about. Okay. Not much to tell. My father was Severus the Elder. His father was Severus the first of his name, led drill master of Ash's first Iron Guard back when they were the Bronze Guard. I was born into the Legion with any hope I'll die in the Legion. The rest you will hopefully hear about when the storytellers immortalize me. He was in the Bronze Guard, so your family must have been with Ash since before he was with Kairos. Aye, you know your history. The blood goes back that far, not the memories, as I only ever knew my father. My grandfather was just a legend. One of Ash's best warriors back before the disfavored were forged in iron. I'm proud of my heritage, but I will try not to brag. There are folks who love the Legion every bit as much as I do, but they lack the same pedigree. Bronze Guard? Well, his day and age was a century ago, and they didn't have Kairos's modern luxuries like iron, so back then the great general's inner council was known as the Bronze Guard. You should be proud of your pedigree. Thanks, and I will try not to think about it too fondly. If anything, every time I screw something up, I wish I wasn't dragged the family name through the mud like me. Okay. Farewell.
I got it.
Let's see. Don't just coddle the impact. Push back with your shield. Take the momentum. I set eyes on your opponent's waistline. If you spend more than a glance checking his footwork, you've lost. Need to stay on top of the troops or their skills will rest. It's for their own good, even if you don't believe it. It was mentioned you're short on soldiers and need help. What's the situation? I have brigands amassing along Placid, Echo Call, and Little Tooth crossings. The Vendrian Guard may be able to hold one bridge, but they cannot hold against a concerted three-prong attack. I have no right to give you orders, but we all die to Kyrus's edict should we fail. Kitten! I keep accidentally, like, nudging her with my feet. We will all blah, blah, blah. This is the second major attack on the river, correct? What happened the last time? Defeat in detail. We carved a bloody path up to the river, and at that point, everyone who charged ahead was lost. We had no chorus backup. It was just a few disfavored squads. I can't tell you exactly how they were defeated, but we lost the whole assault team. We found bodies washing up in the river for days. It's not often the Tearsmen put up such a good fight. It certainly made us reevaluate the number we'll need to take this valley. Really? Are you sure our scouts didn't give you all sorts of details about the enemy and you just chose to disregard our warnings? We can pass out blame after the war. Only the Oathbreakers matter now. Quite right. Getting our emotions into the mix won't hasten this campaign. What's the value of taking the crossing? We can't just march from here to the Citadel with the Vendurian Guard manning the riverbanks. Forwarding troops and supplies through even the narrowest points of the river makes us vulnerable to attack, especially since our armor wasn't built for swimming. If we can take the river, we have a clear march to the Citadel, and Ascension Hall will be ours in no time. I will assist. Then our plan might just work. We're loath to work with those who do not share our training and our values, but we know the Tunon Adjudicator selects only the most capable minds for his court, and I trust you will honor us all on the field. Antia will be leading the charge at Echo Call Crossing. Assisting you will be Barrack of the Stone Shields. Before you ask, no, the Forge-bound weren't sloshed on Dappleseed when they fitted his armor. He survived the full force of the Edict of Storms, and his armor doesn't exactly come off. Tactically, it's quite brilliant, but otherwise, it's something of a curse. Barrack, come meet the Fatebinder. Ooh, I like Barrack. I love a challenge. His armor doesn't come off. The soldier that steps up to you better resembles an amalgamation of rusted blades and mismatched pieces of armor fused into a vaguely human shape. He reeks of sweat, feces, and whatever oil treatment keeps him flexible. Okay, never mind.
Fatebinder, the Iron Marshal has tasked me with keeping you alive, and I have no intention of disappointing her. That should be enough assurance for anyone.
Who are you? Hold on. Barrack, Tyranny, voice actor. Patrick Seitz. Who have you voiced that I know? I recognize you from somewhere. Don't I? Seem like you just have a very... Let's see. Let's see. Diablo 4. My Hero Academia, which I've never seen. He voices Hector in Fire Emblem Engage. Let's see. He's been in a shit ton of things, so I'm sure I recognize him. I'm gonna recognize him from something incredibly, like, that isn't like a big role. It'll be some little thing in something. Oh, he's apparently Arthas and Garrosh in Shadowlands, which would make me think that he was those voices in other things too. In like the older, because I don't think they usually change voice actors. Let's see. He's in so many things. Yeah, he's Hector in a lot of things. He's Hector in Fire Emblem Heroes too. He's Getsis in Pokemon Generations. He's Artanis in Heroes of the Storm. He's apparently Agni in Black Butler. I don't know who that is. He's Hades and Chalk in Smite, which might be... He's Deathwing, Garrosh, and Arthas in Hearthstone. So absolutely, he's Arthas and Garrosh in, like, World of Warcraft. That might be where it's from. He's apparently Jin in Tekken Blood Vengeance. So yeah, it's probably Arthas and Garrosh is where I'm getting his name from. In honor.
Likewise, good binder.
The soldier heaves a heavy iron arm into a salute, his whole body clanging as he wraps his metal gauntlets against his twisted sheets of metal that form his breastplate.
Eric, is that you under there? I had no idea you were in Vendrian's well. Fatebinder, do you know this walking anchor?
I don't believe we've been acquainted.
It's challenging enough to experience battle from a courtroom.
Yep, that's
much less remember
absolutely...
the faces of your cohorts. I wouldn't expect you to know me under these accursed blades of rust.
I'm definitely hearing Arthas inside of the culling of Stratholme right now, for sure. The Fatebinder will be joining us for the push across the river. I figured an extra hand might help. And most importantly, if my worries come true and the chorus tries to impede the mission, we will have an observer from the court on our side.
Better to work with the Honorable Binder than some chorus children.
I asked that Barrack accompany you there. Kitten, please don't attack me. You are flicking your tail into me. I need my feet to be here. Please don't kill me. In cooperation between his company and the Scarlet. Is now unlocked on the map. Barrack, you've been... Exactly. You've been without a cohort since the last Battle of Stalwart. It's time we gave you a task more worthy than hauling wagons and leading training drills. Ash has assigned you the Fatebinder's service. You are to assume this task is ongoing until we find a more permanent spot for you, which could very well mean the swiftly approaching end of the war, or when the Fatebinder dismisses you. Is that understood? That's an order, Barrack. He can be stubborn as pulling a spire out of the earth, but he's a good soldier. I hope you don't mind the company. I'm honored to have a member of the Iron Legion at my side. Excellent. I look forward to your success in the field. How did you do that? Do what? Back in the Archon's war tent, you cast an edict as casually as reading a supply shipment. How did you do that? Well, I've done it before. You cast the Edict of Fire on the Vellum Citadel. I heard about it. How Kairos' anger raised a volcano from under the Sage's own fortress. That was some impressive work. Nod silently. Well, call me impressed. Considering that you've read the words of Kairos more than once, I'm surprised that you're even alive to tell of it. Your vocal cords should have turned to ash by now. I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable, it's just worth recognizing what you've done. Not only are you Tunon's Fatebinder, you're the mouthpiece of the Overlord. Gives them plenty of reason to stick around. You're going places, and I want to see where they lead.
What do you need?
You learned a thing or two about the fighting of the Scarlet Chorus. I want to ask about our travels. What do you think about our present circumstances? Well, there's an edict hanging over our heads as far as I'm concerned. The incompetence of the disavowed got us into this mess, and it will take the fury of the Scarlet Chorus to get us out of it. In other words, nothing ever changes. What do you think of our travel companions? Anyone in particular? What do you think about Barrick? Well, I'll give him some due credit. He's more complicated than he looks. He's still an intolerable and unapologetic bastard, but that's more his business than mine.
Go ahead, Fatebinder.
Alright. Why does this say to speak with her?
At your service, Fatebinder.
Oh.
What do you need?
Oh, is it just always going to be there? Or is it because...
At your service, Fatebinder. What do you need? That would be an understatement, and I thought you'd never ask. Since you're obviously at a huge disadvantage, I'll let you pick our weapon of choice. Feel free to draw
Okay, so it's always there.
Fatebinder, you look like you need to talk. What can I do for you?
I'd like to know more about you. I am the line your enemies cannot cross, although their details are meaningless. But I suspect you have some thirst for details, so ask away. Did you seek the trade of war, or did it find you? Both, I suppose. I knew fighting was in my blood, and the disfavored offered me a chance to use my skills to bring peace. Otherwise, I'd have wound up some brigand or an enforcer for a crooked merchant. You think Ash and his legion bring peace. That's cute. But it doesn't hold water from where I'm standing, big guy. I've seen them spill as much blood as any chorus gang. You've clearly been too busy sacking villages and stealing crops to notice how proper armies conduct a war. We sow order, not discourse. Enough of this. You're making us look foolish before the Fatebinder. May I continue my story, or do you plan to interrupt again? The disfavored needed results in anticipation of the march south. They offered to care for my mother and brother as long as I stayed with the Legion, which is a better guarantee you'll find anywhere else. I was an elite fighter as far as most were concerned, though still green in disfavored standards. Lucky for everyone, my skills improved under the Iron Marshal's rigorous training. Tell me about your name. Barrick's the shortening of my northern surname, which has been passed down through the generations since Grave and Ash assembled my army. Oh my god, cat, please. You're freaking me out. I think you're gonna attack my feet. Get out from under my desk. If you're gonna be flicking your tail and being a menace. She's glaring at me. I don't like it. Go away. No, cat. You're scaring me. Go away. No. No attack. Oh, God. Get in. Ow. Get in. Just go away. Please leave my hooves alone. Oh my god, she's standing on me. Ah! Okay. Oh, God. Ow. She scares me. She acts like she's gonna attack me. Okay, anyway. I'm just trying to live, chat. Barrack is a shortening of my blah 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 blah. The proper form is Bear Conan. Beyond its age and association with the General's Legion, the name of Bear Conan has no great titles or associations. I hold no claim to a great house or legacy save for the disfavored. They're all my kin I need. What's the story with your armor?
It is a symbol of Kairos' will, one that I am not likely to forget. I found this armor. Perhaps it would be better to say that it found me during the Edict of Storms.
What happened during the Edict of Storms? When we heard that Kairos would proclaim the edict, we rushed into the field to battle the forces of Stalwart. I was shoulder to shoulder with some of the Legion's most decorated veterans, and my pride blinded me to the danger. Our march was a hasty one. A cohort of disfavored soldiers vanished in the second year of the war. Among them, the daughter of Graven Ash. After a long silence, we learned that she was held in the fortress of Sentinel Stand. As we surrounded the citadel, I heard the opening peals of thunder. As did the scout I was busy trying to kill. When the winds hit like an avalanche, many of us begged Kairos for deliverance. What else were we to do? The winds knocked the legs of our offensive out from under us. All the decorated soldiers I brought to the battle were swept up and dashed to pieces, their armor and bodies mixing with the dirt of a tornado that spun in maddening revolutions. A piece of the citadel wall broke off and nearly crushed my skull. I only remember a few scattered moments from the storm, like the flying bits of bronze and iron cutting my flesh, the severed limbs of fallen soldiers tumbling through the air. Eventually, I woke up, thinking myself trapped under rubble. When I rose and felt like I was buckling under my own weight, that's when I realized I was stuck, right and truly stuck inside this heap of scrap. What happened to Ash's daughter after the edict hit? She was trapped behind the walls of Sentinel Stand, imprisoned by Kairos' storm, as well as the fortress itself. 1,000 soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder could not have endured those winds to rescue her. How did you survive when everyone else fell? That is a mystery to me as well. Did Kairos hear my plea for mercy? Did this heap of scrap metal protect me, imprison me, punish me? I don't have enough fingers or toes to count the possible reasons, so I try not to dwell on them. You're genuinely stuck in there? Haven't tried prying it off? I made attempts in the past, even had one of the beast haulers pull on the helmet, while another pulled at my boots. The men in the phalanx have taken great pleasure in trying to find ways to liberate me. In time, I grew weary of the struggle. Sometimes I fear that removing the armor would be a question Kairos' judgment and risk a more odious curse. Looks like pretty solid protection. That would be an understatement. If only it protected me from foolish questions. Do you handle your own repairs? I try to keep the surface oiled to slow the spreading rust, and I bend the plates from time to time, but repairs, maintenance, no. If you have any ideas on how to better maintain the situation, I'm open to discussing them. As with all, I assume you grew up in the Northern Empire? That's right. I grew up in Battle's Rest, then trained at Fort Resolution before they marched me out to support the second cohort. I hope to spend my resting years in Freton shores, unless of course I die in glorious battle, which would be preferable. My mother is good with the soil, my father with rings. He spends much of his time away on one merchant's errand or another. Still, I'm lucky to say they're both alive. Would you like to discuss removing your armor?
Though we are encouraged to couple and mate within the Legion, I don't consider you one of my cohorts. I think I'll decline.
Wait, you're saying the answer would be different if I were disfavored?
I don't know how long you've harbored these thoughts, but I would strike them from your imagination. I won't be leaving this armor anytime soon, and you have no hopes of breaching it without capable tools and endless patience.
Hey, I got patience.
Suffice it to say, my armor and I will not be separated for the time being. When the war is over, perhaps Tunon will lend me one of his forge-bound. Until then, here I remain. My armor saved me from the destruction of Stalwart, where thousands of others lost their lives. So you can see why I continue to wear it. For the time being, we will not be separated.
Are you comfortable in there? I have somehow developed enough calluses that I can sleep at night, but I wouldn't call it comfort, would you? This is my armor. It has everything it needs and more. Purpose, meaning, strength. If it were comfortable, that would only take away from its other qualities. Do you even want it removed? I would not speak of this. Now, Fatebinder, please consider the topic closed. As your commander, I am concerned about the state of your uniform. Damn it, you are right to be concerned. My apologies that you needed to pull rank. It was wrong of me to withhold information. I don't need to tell you that this suit of junk is a literal pain in my ass, half-broken, smelling of a midden, and perpetually jabbing my side with some Kairos-be-damned caltrop. These dusty plates may not be up to standard, but they serve the disfavored well enough for the battlefield, if only to intimidate the enemy. Better for me to endure this condition than to shirk an advantage. Considering that I wore this as a marched across the bones of Stalwart, that was, my burden growing heavier with each step, I have no desire to leave it behind. It's a lesson, a reminder, and yes, a prison. But all of those things make it something more. These plates have something for me in them. They were as wicked as a bramble patch, as stubborn as a fortress, and hopelessly flawed. At present, removing my armor is not an option. If that ever changes, I suspect that the tiers will tremble with the impact of my collapsing fortification. What a day that will be. What does Graven Ash think of your predicament? I suspect that he doesn't. Not to besmirch the great general, he has larger matters to consider than any one soldier's woes. How long do you think it can last? The armor hasn't shown any sign of weakening, and my maintenance regimen is all that keeps it from rusting solid. Were I to stop applying oil and give it to entropy, the shell would harden to a degree that no forge master has ever seen. I think it could very well stand for as long as the old walls, with my skeleton peering out from the depths, and someday not even that. Now, isn't that a cheery thought? Tell me about what you can and can't do. I can strike fear into the hearts of our enemy and protect his shield wall with my very body. What more do I need? How do you vacate your bowels? Let us say I manage, and manage poorly. The parts of this begotten thing I can reach are in better repair than the ones I can't. How do you take pleasure from life? Are we actually talking about this, Fatebinder? Do you have nothing better to do than wonder how I access my nether regions for a frenzied bout of self-interest? I mean, yeah, no, I really don't have anything better to do. I don't want to hear this. How do I even run far enough to avoid it? Well, I can't, and not from lack of trying. My works are inaccessible from the outside, and much as I've tried to worm my arm out of this sleeve of iron, I would only succeed in dislocating my shoulder. If you ever think me frustrated or disagreeable, just imagine what I've dealt with since the 3rd year of conquest. Or more accurately, what I haven't dealt with. I mean, I can help. I can be an extra pair of hands. I don't know why, but I immediately like it. How do you fare in water? Better to ask, how do I sink? The answer is quickly. Water passes my lips easily enough, though I take great care to keep it from everywhere else. Okay. So, tell me about the disfavored. We are the Iron Legion, the warrior elite of Kairos' fighting force. I could easily lose count of the hours extolling our glories. What is it you'd like to know? Have you fought in any notable battles? I served in Stalwart for the better part of a year, faced the enemies everywhere from Coral Run to Sentinel Stand. I lost count of the battles. Seems like we fought every other day. Some of our best victories took place there, fighting an enemy worthy of our iron, but we were not successful enough to please the Overlord, and the final intervention was harsh on us all. I had an unusual view of the Edict of Storms. Kairos' judgment left its mark on me, yet considering how we fought at Stalwart with the skill and honor of legend, only the Edict is remembered. A shame. Tell me about Graven Ash. Graven Ash is the general of the disfavored, veteran of centuries of battle, and an Archon without peer. I would follow him to the void and back without question. How did he come to serve Kairos? Before the uniting of the Northern Empire, Graven Ash served as the warlord in the service of one of the local kings that defied Kairos' rule. Incredible as it may seem, Ash stood against Kairos' rule. Though his army was dismantled by Kairos' overwhelming numbers, Ash's forces performed admirably. It was said that he and his troops claimed 77 lives for each of their own. Kairos took an interest in the military genius that bloodied his army. Graven Ash was summoned to a conclave of Archons, and though he was sent in chains, he left as an Archon, having been granted a position of power in Kairos' great host of war. Thus the disfavored were born. All of us today trace our line back to those warriors that impressed Kairos with their will and tenacity. The only difference is now we fight on the winning side. Though the general seldom speaks of it, I know that Ash humbled himself in order to spare his troops the brunt of Kairos' punishment. His loyalty to the Old Blood of the North is beyond question. He made the right choice to save his troops. And he would make it again to save any of us. There has never been a more devoted and attentive leader. What else do you know of his past? I follow him into battle. I am not his personal scribe, and if I did know more of him, it would not be my place to say. As an Archon, what magic does he wield? Ash works his magic through us, his soldiers. When we do battle, Ash seems to know the events even before our runners have given word. Most importantly, though, he protects us. It's a bit tricky to explain unless you've experienced it. I can think of countless times I've been struck by a spear or hit with an axe, and even run through with an arrow, and in each of those moments the pain and injury just cease to be. None of us know how he does it, or how he can sense that we're in danger and intervene from afar, but I suppose that's why he's an Archon. What he does probably wouldn't make sense to someone like me. Well, how do you feel about Graven Ash? How do I feel about him? Archon Ash is the bravest, warmest, most compassionate general who's ever lived. He's a living icon of leadership and courage. Ash is a soldier, but he doesn't kill for sport. A leader, but he doesn't issue commands to hear himself talk. He demands discipline and sober conduct of his troops, and I applaud such standards. What can you tell me of your time with the Legion? I joined the Legion 3 years ago before the Conquest of Tears began. Though handy with a few weapons, my size made me the perfect addition to a phalanx. I've learned... I wish I could read. It would help me so. I've served with the stone shields ever since. Proud to say I've stood front row, right corner in over a dozen battles. That has been my place ever since the Iron Marshal gave me the assignment. The Bastard City, the Gates of Judgment, Vendrian Pass, Okan's Ring, a quick tour of Barris and Chains, and then Stalwart. I spent a long time in Stalwart, lost a lot of friends there. What of the other disfavored lieutenants? They are Graven Ash's most trusted officers and warriors from the Iron Guard. Between Ash's arcane powers of command and his cadre of gifted leaders, there is little confusion or chaos in the ranks. Tell me about the one called the Iron Marshal. She takes it upon herself to train and harden our greener recruits. Not only that, she has a keen eye for talent and how to foster it for leadership. She's the youngest member of the Iron Guard. Her family line served the disfavored back before Ash bowed to Kairos. Say what you will of how many seasons she's weathered, her lineage is impressive beyond measure. What of Cairn's discipline Radix? Disciple? An Earthshaker who swore service to Cairn a few years before the conquest. Since Cairn is gone, the cult now follows Radix. Unlike his Archon, at least he knows how to follow orders. To his credit, Radix seems to appreciate the honor of fighting alongside the disfavored. Cairn was always peeved to be invited in the glory. The Mages seems a necessary complication. They are insubordinate and can't lug their own supplies, but I would not want to go to war without their spells of tremor and leaping stones. What of the Scoutmaster, Merrick? Merrick is a devoted leader, and Ash seems to hold his council in high regard. Both set their troops ahead of themselves, which is which I'm sure is why they work so well together. He's no magician, but he does share a special connection to his warband, and they are entrusted with the most important scouting assignments. They say he can see what his scouts see, hear what they hear. What of the veteran warrior Varamus? He is the finest of all, second only to Ash. Varamus is an evocatus. Evocatus? A soldier who lived to see the end of his term of service. It's rare for someone to survive that long, much less willing to return. These days, he lends his tactical expertise to Graven Ash, though by all rights he should be enjoying his twilight years in a seat of honor and dignity. Ugh. Drink! Okay. Big stretch. Why didn't the Legion prevent the uprising of Vendrian's Well? I think that's a question you want to ask the Scarlet Chorus. They too were charged with ensuring the locals remained vanquished and unarmed. It is an insane amount of dialogue. If the chorus had conscripted more aggressively, perhaps there would not have been an uprising. Agreed. We have never relied upon the Scarlet Chorus to win victories, only to recruit number and secure our holdings. They were asleep on the watch. The Vendarian Guard should have been slaves of the chorus, not free men and women allowed to plot and conspire. What more can you tell me of the Legion? The disfavored accept only the finest warriors. We are all volunteers and soldiers by trade, not farmers and fishmongers pressed into service. There's a century of tradition, honor, and tactical mastery in our ranks. We don't let just anyone into the Legion. Only Northmen of character and prowess are welcome. What about me? What if I wish to join? A charming sentiment, good Fatebinder, but no, you're swarmed to another Archon. Your loyalty would be suspect. So why is the Legion called the Disfavored? It is a name born in shame, now worn in honor. After Graven Ash stood against Kairos, he was forced to give up much, his allegiance, his pride, in the name of his vaunted army. What was the Legion originally called? The name has been forgotten by all save Ash and Kairos, and it is considered bad form to bring up the topic. Since you didn't know any better, I'll say this much. Disfavored is the only name by which one needs to know us. Okay. I have some questions about the Scarlet Chorus. Our allies do not share the disfavored sense of honor and discipline. The Chorus will trust any criminal, rapist, or half-wit with a tuncheon or blade. What would you like to know about the Scarlet Chorus? What do you know of the voices of Nerat? The Archon of Secrets? All I know are rumors, hearsay, speculation, but that's as much as anyone knows of the voices. Some accounts tell that he's actually dead, and the Overlord has trapped the minds of his foes in the same body to torture them all. As likely an explanation as any I've heard. In truth, I know little of the voices, and have reason to suspect almost anything about him could be true. You could tell me his tears turned cheese back into milk, and it would seem more sensible to believe you than not. Do you know anything of his powers? I am no scholar of sorcery, but as I understand it, the voices of Nerat is a thief of minds. They say he can swipe your thoughts and make them his own. I don't know how it works. When I was recruited into the Disfavored, the Iron Marshal told me to never take an audience with the voices if I don't have a witness on hand. Do you think him disloyal? I really shouldn't comment on such matters. I heard his tears can turn cheese into milk. That's very amusing, Fatebinder. What do you know of his associate, the Archon's Siren? Siren is the Archon of Song and one of the youngest of her rank. She can influence human emotions with her voice alone. The voices may be the conductors of the chorus, but I'd argue Siren is their best weapon. The voices put her talent to good use. He had her singing a song up and down the coast, and the Tearsmen defected to the chorus in droves. What can you tell me of their troops and tactics? Tactics? These are the first I've heard of them. The chorus is more of an irregular mob than a proper army. Still, It's a well-armed mob, and they even have a few proper warriors and magicians in their pitiful excuse for ranks. What do you know of their warriors? Most chorus rats are trained peasants handing a knife or a pitchfork. It does not take much to qualify you for the front lines. One only needs a beating heart, and even then the chorus could make do. Of course, not everyone in the chorus is an infirm child or sickly old crone. Some ex-soldiers and madmen join, and the fighting elite of the chorus form a clique known as the Scarlet Furies. Barrack is too dismissive by the far, but he's right that most recruits are novices pressed into service. Most will not survive the first few battles. Those who live will have experience to lead, and those who fall can easily be replaced. What sort of magic does the chorus use? The blood chanters are the mages who follow the voices of Nerat. Like the chorus itself, their order is not steeped in tradition and antiquity, rather built on knowledge stolen from other guilds. Their fire magic earns them a place on the battlefield, but they also have their chants that stir the mind and the heart. The motherless sods have spells that can bolster a man's courage or tap into fears. If the chorus is a mob, how's it led and supplied? The voices of Narat gives orders to his elite commanders, who in turn send instructions out to the gang captains, but beneath that hierarchy is its chaos. Whole gangs will break from the larger force and disperse back into their homelands. The chorus is inefficient beyond words, and yet more bodies keep coming in to replace those lost in the mess. Inefficient. Every weakling lost in the shuffle is one less burden to those in the choir, still dancing to the song of battle. Our ways may be harsh, otherwise the stupid and the soft will inherit the chant. The chorus has a lot of mouths to feed, so the conscripts that can't or won't fight are made to gather food and water. Else, I'm told they're fed to the pigs, becoming food and water. In a sense. A fine contrast to the honor, efficiency, and decency of the disfavored. The Legion demands courage and tenacity, but provides us with good iron, and does not leave the soldiers to forage like vultures. How do you think the Scarlet Chorus convinced so many Tearsmen to join them? It began with Siren. She had a song that got whole villages marching to her will, and once these peasants killed their neighbors or cousins in service of the voices, it either hardened them into warriors or broke their minds for servitude. Lots of criminals and drifters joined the chorus, too. It seems like the scum of the Tears just need the promise of glory and sanctioned debauchery to turn on their neighbors. It's not pretty, and it shouldn't be. The chorus is a forge. All the dirt of the Tears go in. The finest bits are refined into weapons. There are many that join the Scarlet Chorus because they wish to join the winning side. It's a shame that such patriots were not born to proper northern stock, too weak or too slight to be disfavored. The Scarlet Chains... It's chains? Celine. The Scarlet Chorus is their best freedom from fealty to the younger realms. Not everyone has the fortune of gaining Tunan's favor. The Tearsman would only be a weak link in the disfavored shield wall. Yes, the North is our shared link, our consistency. How could I trust a woman or a man to hold the shield wall if I don't understand their customs?
Good. Let's move on to another matter.
What can you tell me of the Tears? Uphill both ways and full of dumb sods. I learned some history in training. And I've been here for a few years, but I'm no expert. What is your assessment of the local forces? There was a time early in the war when I would have feared the younger realms working together. Imagine that. Once I saw the modest scope of their defensive, I knew they would be easily outclassed. They couldn't even rally their best to make a competent stand. Tell me about the Vendarian Guard. They used to be the Queen's Royal Army of Vendarian. I guess defeat inclined them to a shorter name. We crushed them back in 429. I'm proud to say I took part in the decisive battle. You know the rest. A year after we thought them conquered, thousands of Vendarian oathbreakers murdered the garrison and declared themselves free of the Overlord's rule. Tell me about the Unbroken. The unbroken union of stalwart, may they rot in the decrepitude of their fallen realm. Much as it pains me to admit it, in all the realms of the tiers, the unbroken have been the only foe worthy to meet the disfavored in battle. The unbroken value tradition just as we do. Stalwart has never lost a war on their own soil, a reputation they take quite seriously. It is fortunate that Stalwart has poor relations with all its neighbors. The rest of the tiers will not come to their aid, so as bravely as they fight, their end is inevitable. What can you tell me of the Bronze Brotherhood? Mercenaries from the free cities. The chorus needed extra muscle, and you can always mint new rings. Hard to believe the tiersmen turned on each other for mere loops of metal. The Bronze Brotherhood worshipped the scourges, yes, those monsters from the old walls. The mercenaries are grown adults that willingly admire a magical abomination. Read into that what you will. That said, it should surprise no one that the Bronze Brotherhood eventually wanted more than just rings and turned on their contract. Kairos now considers them an enemy, which is for the best. The Overlord needs a better class of combatants.
Go on, Fatebinder.
What do you know of the Younger Realms? Before we marched on the bastard tier, I recall Graven Ash giving us a speech as we stood assembled at Fort Resolution. He told us that the Younger Realms lacked the sense to make a stand against us. I don't think I need to point out that the average tiersman is just plainly inferior to the sons and daughters of the North. For every one of ours they kill, you must drag a score and a half bleeding onto the soil with us. It didn't help that they're afraid of magic and relied on their battlefield prowess to stage a defense. Sorry, 1 second. Oh, Globby sent me a message. 1 moment. Gonna check. Give my voice a break. I would love to. Hold on, they're asking me for a very, very large order, so I'm like, oh, let's answer this. Each pauses. And God, what is it called? What is the word I'm trying to think of? It's like, oh, sound effects. Blah, 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 they won't have a, what is it called? I won't have a, why, my brain is dying. I've been reading so many words. My opinion on peas? I love peas. Gull hates them. Not that she does. She likes them if they're in something, but they're not her favorite. I'll straight up just eat peas on their own. Like, peas are one of my favorite vegetables, actually. Okay, sorry. I had a crazy proposition for a commission, and I had to respond to it ASAP. And also, I kind of needed a little bit of a break. My poor throat is dying. Okay. What do you know of the Beastmen? They drilled us on Beastmen combat before the invasion, and it did little to prepare us. The local savages are lacking in brains, hygiene, and the ability to arm themselves, yet the prime hunters of their species are formidable. Aside from being rapacious killers, I don't know if I'm saying that right, the Beastmen make good haulers and laborers once you've killed the half that won't follow orders. I need to Google that. What is rapacious? Oh, I forgot. I can't hear. Hold on. Rapacious. Okay, I did get it right. Someone decided to fund my 2.0 on VGen? No. No, but more than you would think, Globy, I probably shouldn't talk about it, but it's a large thing for Globy, is all I'll say. But, I mean, it would be a pretty big order, yeah. Okay. As you like. You seem like a more than capable fighter. I trained with the spears and shields in my youth, but gave it up the day I earned the disavowed iron. Why do I keep calling it the disavowed, the disfavored iron? I can still throw with some accuracy, but it's a challenge these days. Why were you interested in a sparring session? I heard a rumor that Ash has an unbeatable sword fighting technique. You flatter the Legion's reputation, but the Archon does make sure we are competent swordsmen. Observe. I gained 5 one-handed weapon skills. What do you think of our circumstances? The edict left little room for confusion. A representative of the Overlord must breach Ascension Hall before Kairos' Day of Swords and must assume death is the price of failure. We should assist the disfavored in their siege preparations, as only the Legion should take the Wells fortified citadel. I wouldn't wager a wooden ring. What are your thoughts on me and my deeds? Any reverberations I have aside to your military record speaks for itself. You are Tunon's Fatebinder, and my opinions on the matter don't come into it one way or another. What do you think of my travel companions? What do you think of Verse? I try not to. And yet she is a capable fighter. Oh my god, please, cat, don't attack my hooves, please! 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 Please, don't attack me, please! I have an attribute point! Subterfuge. I want lore! I don't know what that does, though. Resolve. I want wits, right? Okay, so... yeah. Save. Subterfuge. Okay, I have... bonus to lore! Okay. Nice. Nice, and we have loyalty. Swords and javelins emerge from Beric's armor and fly into a cloud of iron above the blah blah blah. Let's see. All right. Subterfuge! Yay! Okay. Okay. So let's go out into the world. We have the Endaraging Ruins. We have the Scarlet Chorus Camp, which we have to go to, and Echo Crossing. Okay. So you should go here first. A path is blocked by a small group of vendors, blah, blah, blah. Go no further, let you be with them, blah, blah, blah. All right, come on. Fight me. Fight me right now. Oh my god, he's so thick.
That's far enough, Fatebinder.
Hello, Ebb. A woman's voice booms from atop a nearby outcropping. Flashes of aquamarine body paint peek out from under her loose-fitting traveler's garb, and her outfit is festooned in braids and knots of sailor's line. Flanked on either side by warriors dressed in Vendarian garb regalia, the woman leans on an elaborate bladed staff pulsing with arcane energy. A swath of blue fabric rests drapes over her shoulders.
In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I offer and request a delay of blade. There are matters we must discuss without fear of reprisal.
You have received a missive. Missives are short messages carried by birds between distant parts of Kairos. Okay. Okay. In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I abide by this truce.
As is our custom, we are ready to kill to defend our lands, but we kill only in fair battle. We don't slay our prisoners. We know this isn't Kairos's way, but we must have hope. A few of my kin have gone missing, and though they may have perished, I have to inquire on the off chance they still live. If Captain Tarkus Deimos still lives, we would negotiate for his release.
Assuming he's our prisoner, what would you offer in exchange?
We would offer you 5 choirmen that got lost on patrol. They're healthy, got other limbs too.
I would not have us barter with oathbreakers. Certainly not for anything less than disfavored lives.
You say there's something worth less than a disfavored life. Call me intrigued.
Tarkus Deimos is with the chorus now.
Then if we see him again, it will have to be as enemies. If I may make one more inquiry, what of Palox Tyrell? Did he survive?
Palox Tyrell was taken by the chorus.
Another loss to the chorus. So be it. My apologies, Fatebinder. I had a terrible feeling this errand was in vain from the start. I had no expectations that our friends could be saved, as I'm sure the time for swapping prisoners is long gone. But at least I know of what became of them. That'll have to be enough.
I have some questions for you.
We shouldn't be socializing with Oathbreakers.
I will entertain them as best I can. After all, understanding is the only hope we have. What is it you wish to know?
Why do you resist Kairos? What are you trying to save?
I grew up without my knee bent to Kairos, and if I'm going to bow to someone, let it be another Tearsman. We've ruled ourselves just fine for centuries, so we'll give our lives so that our sons and daughters might rule themselves.
Only your daughters are really free in the Tears. Why fight against Kairos' equality?
There's freedom, then there's trusting idiots with power. Give a man 1,000,000 marauders, he'll lose sleep worrying over his neighbor's 1,000. I prefer my realms ruled by the braver sex. For centuries we've left the lands to the women and the seas to the men, and we did plenty fine until Kairos came around.
But a mage like you would not be under the subject of such superstition and fear under Kairos' reign.
I doubt life is any better sworn to some mad Archon. I'd rather stand with my fellow Tearsmen. Or, I suppose, stand immediately behind them in the event of an attack. Yeah, you heard me. Way things were years back, you'd all be calling me a water witch and conspiring to sell me out to the nearest sage. Just because I'm helping you stop Kairos doesn't mean I've forgotten the hospitality of ages past.
And people wonder why the Tearsmen could never unite in time to fight back. It's refreshing to see that some things never change.
The younger realms were beset with constant battle. You'd prefer that to Kairos' order?
You make conflict sound like a bad thing. Yes, the younger realms saw frequent battles, but it was never this wholesale slaughter like we've seen of late. No Tearsman ever cast an edict on the soil, or forced prisoners to kill each other, or butchered beastmen tribes.
What makes you think you have a chance?
Oh, we don't. Those who believed Kairos could be stopped all died years ago, in the first wave of fighting. It's not about the hope of victory. It's about the hope of inspiring others. It is very likely we will fall here in Vendrian's Well. But perhaps others will arise elsewhere.
How did you and your friends overthrow the garrison?
I would joke that the voices of Nerat left the gate unlatched, but dozens of warriors lost their lives taking the citadel. There was no secret to it. We simply attacked with speed and certainty at a time when the Archons were elsewhere in the tiers. The Scarlet Chorus had a rout, and what few disfavored soldiers were present made an impressive showing. But they were surrounded and overwhelmed once the chorus fled.
Who's in charge of this insurrection?
Listen to you, thinking just like the Overlord wants you to think. There always has to be a person in charge, or things don't make sense. Well, we don't answer to anyone. We are each of us sons and daughters of the Tiers, and take this task upon ourselves freely. But Captain Tarkus Ari, former Falksman of Queen Vendrian Alanta, is the voice we trust when we seek unanimity.
I assume Tarkus Ari and Tarkus Deimos are relations?
Yes. Deimos was Ari's brother. We were certain he was dead, but the captain takes family seriously, so I volunteered to find some answers. And now here we are.
Were there prisoner swaps in the past?
That is our way, Binder. Here in the south, only thugs and bandits kill prisoners. The younger realms may be guilty of constant fighting, but we never slay each other when the battle's long over. We're not about to change that now. As a rule, Kairos' forces haven't been keen on swapping prisoners. But I know our disfavored prisoners aren't prisoners anymore. I just assumed they were swapped for some of our own. Fair enough. But now a question for you. The Edict. I can feel its magic coursing through the air. Everyone can. But those of us enlightened to the currents of magic feel it most. The wording of the Edict. What was it?
I'm just gonna be honest, because if we don't take Ascension Hall, they die too, so... Kairos' forces must take Ascension Hall by the Day of Swords, or all in the valley will perish.
In the name of the vaunted North, the will of Kairos should be delivered with blade and hammer, not to the ears of oathbreakers and compromisers.
Curious. You did say all in the valley. So the Edict will affect Kairos' forces? This is most unexpected.
No, just the Oathbreakers.
So if the armies don't get us, the Edict will. Well, thank you. I suppose it's good to know our days of anticipation will soon be over one way or another. I've another question for you, if you will entertain it.
Are we really standing here and chatting with Oathbreakers? It's hard to watch. Like cuddling a goat you're going to kill for dinner.
Ask your question.
When I was young, my parents told me the Tears were special, and the Overlord's edicts and armies could never touch us. Seems I've been told a hefty sum of lies. So answer this honestly for me, please. Is it true that Tunon's Fatebinders can smell truth from falsehood?
No.
Thanks for that. I could see why you'd want to foster the mystique all the same. The School of Tides would always tell commoners we didn't know how to summon drinkable water. Once they find out, you can't eat in peace. And Kairos' edicts. I have heard the sages speak at length that some of the edicts elsewhere in the world have been broken. How is this?
It varies based on the wording of the proclamation. If Kairos provides a clause allowing the edict to end, the clause can be satisfied.
Ah, so some edicts are forever. The rest are, as long as Kairos has in mind? Needless to say, Kairos' magic is unlike anything we've seen in any Archon. And one more mildly self-indulgent question, but I simply must know. Kairos, male or female?
I honestly don't know.
Really? You don't know either? You work for the Overlord, but you don't know if she, or he, has an innie or an outie?
No, I don't know, but I have it on good authority the Imperial Harem is stocked with both.
Well, that's perhaps the best answer I've heard to date. Thank you for sating my sexual curiosity.
You're welcome.
You'll forgive, I hope, the questions. The Overlord and his Archons used to be things of legend. Now they're everyday maladies, and I'm eager to separate the truth from the lies I've been told by House and Guild. In accordance to our most ancient customs, let us depart in honorable accord. May peace find you, Fatebinder.
Am I about to betray and join the other side? I might be, because they seem the most agreeable people so far. Don't hate me for it, Barrick.
At your service, Fatebinder. What do you need?
My Lord Binder, you have something which requires my attention? What can I do for you?
Okay. I just wondered. Okay, hold on. Okay, I knew that was happening. I mean, I was getting, like, you know... I mean, I guess I could choose that everyone dies, right? Because it doesn't seem like they want to win the war. Because I bet that there is a, an ending, because you can gain favor with the Vendrian Guard and with Ebb. I bet you, because she literally said, we don't care about winning. We just care about, you know, we want to like take a stand, and I bet killing everyone in that valley, but killing both of the Archons and a large chunk of both sides of the armies by defending and keeping, like, letting the edict kill everyone, would be like a victory to the Vendrian Guard. So I bet you it is an option. Celine, word has reached this court that you have issued the Overlord's edict to the Archons of War and Secrets. Know that we understand fully the weight of this burden and appreciate the loyalty you show in its declaration, provided you survive the span. Your service be duly recognized. As you navigate the idiosyncrasies and mutual antipathy of our overlords, war masters, remember that Kairos watches all with interest. Those who distinguish themselves, whether Fatebinder or Archon, have the opportunity to rise in the overlord's esteem. Even now, the northern courts whisper that the more successful of the two Archons will be granted rule over the whole of the peninsula. Similarly, your fortunes rest upon the decision you make. Choose wisely. Thank him for the advice. Allow me to express my deep appreciation for this opportunity. Few in the Empire have the honor of treating with Archons, and fewer still of reading the empowered words of the Overlord. I endeavor always to emulate your exemplary foresight and judgment. I remain in all things your faithful servant. Fatebinder Celine. Okay. There you go. Ooh. Secrets?
I got it.
Secrets. Dear!
Sorry, I can't.
Don't tell me what to do. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. Continue on. It proves everything, like for instance whether you're fit to lead the flock of children. Did you not hear the news of the edict? This is a foolish distraction. We ought to be saving our fight for the enemy. He's right, the edict will kill us all if Ascension Hall is not taken soon. Well, until Fifth Eye starts the mustering chant, we ain't going nowhere to be. So now's our chance to have it out before we get our... What's the problem here? No problem here, Madam Binder. Captain Fuckwit here. Seems he's about to balk from his challenge. Thinks just because he used to run a ship, he's qualified to run a gang. So I'm calling him out, because the way I see it, his warriors ought to follow me, not this new blood. Captain Fuckwit was my father. Fuckwit will do just fine. If we have to prove our strength, we'll do so happily, but I'll have our hands and feet removed and the rest of you kept for my own use. Ew. This is foolish. Knock it off, children. Excuse me, this is our way, Fatebinder, and we have no right to stop us. We're not harming anyone outside the chorus. I don't know who you are, and I don't need your help. I think we can handle ourselves just fine. Bickering amongst yourselves costs us the war effort as a whole. It does affect others outside the chorus. Get over it! Fine. Captain Fuckwit. Past this point is chorus territory, and you don't look like someone's conscript. You sure you're in the right place? I'm always in the right place. That walking hunk of rust, what's he, she, maybe it doing here? Push her down! Before she can draw her blade, you advance, place your foot behind hers, and give her a stiff shove on the shoulder. Caught off balance, she tumbles backwards, triggering an outburst of laughter in the other guards. I don't believe you sassed the Fatebinder. You're such a stupid ponce. Didn't I tell you we had a special guest coming? Come on in and don't let the ninny shitters in camp give you guff. You. So you're Tunin's Fatebinder. I was expecting someone more impressive. Death Knell, Scarlet Fury, my time is yours for as long as it amuses me. Let's get one thing clear. Stick to your words and law. Leave the fighting to the grown adults. Your corpse would just be a tripping hazard for us having a proper bit of carnage sport. We've got enough useless twats dying for our name as it is. All our Horde recruits seem good for, of late, is piling in a shit-reeking mound on the battlefield. Keeps up, and we'll have to toughen our recruit standards again. Now what do you need? You said something about the Horde thing? Swelling until it's thundering, then crashing and receding. It's been the way of the chorus for as long as I've been in it. We take our prisoners alive, give them a chance yet to live, to be reborn into something better. Putting any and every able body to the sword like the disfavored do is nothing but a waste. A conquered enemy is but a new ally. It merely requires the proper coercion. Of course, we do sometimes have the problem of lingering loyalties. Deserters are rarely successful in their escape, but they do try. The Vendarian Guard strengthened their numerous blood ties and have practically stubborn. So I better plan. I've blah 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 blah. And what might that be? I'm thinking we redouble our efforts to recruit settlers. What was that? What was that? I'm gonna be right back anyway, but I'm also gonna make sure that girl is okay because I heard it was probably just something outside, but yeah, I just heard it again. It was something outside. All right, I'm gonna be right back real quick, chat. Don't say it, Pedro. Say it ain't so. I am encoding errored again. Blah. Wonder why that's happening. It just seems to be like OBS Studio suddenly is just spiking in GPU usage. Because it's at like 98% right now, and then for no reason it'll just stop. Yeah, now it's just back to normal, but now I'm gonna be lagging. And now it's back to normal. I don't know. OBS just being weird. Oh, well. I'll start turning my computer off at night while I'm playing Tyranny, because I guess Tyranny is just too strong for my computer. Can't handle it. I'm thinking we redouble our efforts to recruit settlers, focusing on the unaligned and unsuspecting, instead of flushing ourselves to the gills with oathbreakers claimed from the battlefield. Ow. Beep, 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 beep. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. Time to pull out my PNG nozzle. Never! I closed Google Chrome. Maybe that'll help. Google Chrome is always known for having issues, so maybe I was just putting too much on my computer. Okay. How exactly do you plan to convince them? At knife point. Has sufficed well enough in the past, but you've inspired me to try a more diplomatic approach this day. What do you say, Binder? You might be able to ease them into the idea and save the lives of their friends and neighbors in the process. Sure. My methods are surefire, you'll see. I'll mark the settlement on your map. I can't wait to see the outcome of your efforts. What were you expecting? Let's see, from your deeds during the conquest to how you've helped us since then. I expected a mountain, a warrior of colossal size who could shout a rampart wall into submission, but I think you'll do just fine. What can you tell me of the Scarlet Chorus? We are the voices of Narat's glory made manifest, and the chorus strength rises and the weak feed the soil. Our ways terrify the cowardly and shock the naive, but our traditions exist to offer promise and prestige to those fit to claim it. We abandon all petty rules for one simple law: the strongest must lead. What is your role in the Scarlet Chorus? Do you not recognize a Scarlet Fury when you see one? We are the warrior spirit of the chorus, scholars of swords and shiv. In peace, we train those tough enough to endure our lessons, but wise enough to learn from the best. In battle, it is our duty to slay our foes and inspire the horde with our skill and bravery. We are fearless vanguard of this confused but glorious rabble. How has the military life been treating you thus far? Oh, it's a wonder of wonders. I eat what I want, I shit where I want, and I kill who I want. Sometimes I even combine pleasures. Gross. My enthusiasm for the work brought me here. A decorated Scarlet Fury veteran, eh? But I'm looking for advancement. If it means killing one of the gang bosses, I'm not above taking a swing at someone bigger than me. They can be bigger than you. Just make sure they don't hit harder than you. Wise words, sister. Okay. Travel to the remote settlements. Oh, wait. There's loot over here. In time, Salvaros. Broken staff. AKA loot.
What do we have here?
Oh. Nothing fun, but it was something. Okay, you. Hail, Fatebinder of Tunin. Were I a betting or a superstitious man, I'd say fortune favor me today. I am not. But I'm pleased to meet you all the same. Now what brings you to my little slice of personal damnation, otherwise known as this here mud and shit-stinking chorus camp? Have anything you'd like to report, soldier? Maybe you've noticed something unusual during your time here? What about the chorus isn't unusual? The army itself is a strange, malnourished beast. But no, the screamers seem mostly in order, ma'am. And I haven't been spying, if that's what you're implying, ma'am. Of course, even if I was, it'd be damn near impossible to learn anything from that shit-sty fifth eye, and those damned furies don't even loot me in enough for me to do my detail. It's not for lack of trying on my part. What do you mean? I'm not just here to keep a steady eye on the Oathbreakers, who they give far too much freedom after conscripting. I'm here to be a resource for the benefit of both armies. I can provide insight regarding proper stratagem and request a stock of troops from Iron Marshal Aranis for reinforcements if needed. But they won't listen to me, nor confide in me, nor fight beside the brethren I would request. Why are you stationed with the chorus? From the way most of my days go, you'd think I was here to row with blood chanters and scarlet furies, but my post is to represent the disfavored's interests before Fifth Eye and the Scarlet Choruses for Iron Marshal Aranios. Not that I've gotten to do either in so much as the last span. What do you think of the Scarlet Chorus? They're rabid dogs, the lot of them. Ever seen a screamer racing headlong into battle like a hound chasing a winter hare? I have, and I can tell you more often than not, it's the screamer who ends up skinned and gutted. Leave the campaign to the chaos that's the chorus, and we're doomed. Hey, Five. If they've been cooperative. No one tells me anything. They all lack honor and discipline. Don't think they could cooperate even if it's what they actually wanted. Guess I shouldn't be surprised, considering they serve the Archon of Secrets. A keen observation. I'm glad we see eye to eye, ma'am. It's nice speaking with someone who doesn't try to frustrate the piss out of you with every 4 words. It's like they don't even care. I'm the closest thing to a friend and the disfavored they've got. You sound frustrated. You sound like it's a punishment to be assigned to this detail. Isn't it? I know I fucked up to get here. Got 3 days in the hole and a nice little promotion to go with my new post. Well, I won't be making the same mistake twice when it comes to the Iron Marshal. I should be out there fighting for Ash's glory, not standing here ready to run back a report should something ever finally fucking happen. What exactly did you do to end up here? Nice. Congratulations, Snow. Everybody's getting some vacation time. Made the grave mistake of suggesting the Iron Marshal wasn't fully utilizing the Scarlet Chorus. Well, here I am, a liaison's officer to a camp of liars and cheats who'd sooner gut me than ask for my aid. Guess she showed me. Our lives are at risk, and even then you can't get along with the chorus? Begging your pardon, ma'am, but I've never fought a battle where my life wasn't on the line. Kind of nature of war, isn't it? I guess so. Don't you be moving around, dude. I need to talk to everyone. Hey! Terrorizing. Alright, I'm just gonna... If you're gonna be walking around, I'm gonna come talk to you. Okay. Never mind, I'm not gonna be talking to you. Because you don't want to talk to me. I guess Lantry doesn't have anything to say. Oh, it's because they're strung up. Okay, I understand. I talked to Death Knell already. A scroll sits here, glowing with mystical energy. Learn new spell core. Sigil of Illusion. What an honor. The name's Snigler Dagos. Originally from the relative tranquility of the Northern Empire, I've since accepted a nomadic life for the sake of keeping Kairos' forces supplied with only the finest goods, local and imported. Let me see your wares. Channel strength, precision action. Okay. Gives us accuracy. Okay. Merchants. Bronze bulwark. This is like junk, I'm assuming. Okay. Regan Baz. Well, look who we have here. The Fatebinder finally shows herself. I'm Reg, and this is Baz. We were wondering when you might pay the camp a visit. The Fifth Eye has been a little starved for attention. He ordered us to watch you like a troublesome babe. Make sure you don't get out of line. Something like that. If you have questions, ask us. Good luck finding anyone else in camp will give you answers, or even a smile. So, anything we can do for you? Tell me about yourself, Baz. I was a sellsword at the beck and call of fat merchants. Just another dented face in the crowd. After too many years of spilling blood in local skirmishes, I realized I was only killing time. Then Cairo showed me a better way. Unity, purpose, now I fight for something, not just someone. No, I'm not having any issues with the game running. I'm having issues with my OBS fucking dying. But I think that might have been having Google Chrome open at the same time while streaming. Aw. I'm so glad, Headhunters. Thank you so much. Been watching the Scarlet Furies practicing my blade work. Not good enough to join him yet, but I bet I could show you a thing or two. Tell me about yourself, Reg. I had a family, a farm, then the chorus came in. Well, now I have the chorus. Priorities change when you hear screams in the night and feel a blade pressed to your neck. Things like farms or families don't seem as important. I used to have nightmares thinking about the culling, felt awful, remembered how I hacked my mom and dad to bits just so I could survive. The fifth eye heard me howling one night, pulled me out of the horde, and took an interest in me. Now I'm studying magic, calling fire from nothing. If my mom and dad could see me now, they'd be so proud. Tell me about your time in the Scarlet Chorus. Reg and I conscripted the Gates of Judgment. He used to fight for Akon, me for Azure. How many fights we survived so far? 11. No, 14. I count each day and sunder appropriately, separately. Excuse me. The chorus is not as bad as it smells. The strong, like me and Reg, we're allowed to take what we want, what we deserve. We live only as well as our strength affords us, as it should be. What can you tell me about Fifth Eye? They say he shares a direct link with voices of Narot. Guard your tongue around him. He's a little wild, bloodthirsty, mad, brilliant. I was going to say eccentric. The chorus isn't picky about who joins the ranks, so you can expect to find some unusual types. Most are as likely to kill you as promote you. What do you want to know about Vendarians? What do you know about Vendarians? Well, the walls might seem imposing, but the Vendarian Guard do a better job of hiding its weakness than fixing them. We took the Citadel once before, we can take it again. We have to, don't we? Though Kairos knows I don't want to stay any longer than necessary. You should know better than to parade your cowardice before the Fatebinder. It's not cowardice, it's just superstition. Are you afraid of the Spire? Sorry, Fatebinder. I shouldn't have mentioned anything. The fact of the matter is we were told to stay away from spires and old walls ever since we were babes. Of all the dumb childhood lessons that fell by the wayside, that one stayed the same. Imagine a soldier of the chorus pissing himself over architecture. More like what's underneath it. The Bane lurk around those old sites and kill anything they can catch unawares. I've no wish to meet the Bane in combat unless there are 100 bloodchanters at my back. Me neither, I suppose. Let's see what you can teach me. Bows, dual wield, unarmed combat. Magic staff. Oh, you can teach me subterfuge. Oh, you can teach me lore. Okay. Oh, wait. There's a chest over here. Hold on. No! I don't have enough subterfuge. So sad. Alright, you. Never enough subterfuge. The binder of Tunan arrives, and we just finished having a bit of sport with some captives. But worry not. We'll have more fun with another batch momentarily. Have you come here to order the Scarlet Chorus to die so that the disfavored might live? That was how you played it back to the Vellum Citadel, after all. Typical reasoning of a Northman. Disfavored lives matter more than conscripts, no? Now that you have issued this edict and doomed us all to die, have you come to help us climb out of this hole? How has the camp responded to the edict? With mewling, bawling, and the occasional orgy, frequent vomitus. The blood's lust is there, but so is the fear of failure. Should our glorious horde fail to overrun the Citadel, we will surely all perish. I mean, I don't see the disfavored pulling their weight. Not here to follow your every order, but we will need to work together to stop the edict. But of course, you are Tunan's concubine, not mine. I envy your long leash and hope you will grace us with your prowess, if only to set an example for the rabble. We know the Oathbreakers are focused on the Citadel beneath the mountain's spire, but we have learned this is not their only nest. Given their pattern of attacks, they must have a second group maintaining camp here in the Outer Valley, and unless we deal with this second group, they'll attack from behind the moment we cross the river. My last group of scouts returned with a new batch of prisoners, and one of these prisoners claims she can lead us to the Vendrian Guard's secondary camp, though there are shreds of deception in her voice. I could use your help questioning this Varia Kell. Perhaps you will get less screams and tears and more useful information out of her. If we know where to ambush the Oathbreakers, we could try and take their captain and show him the wisdom of joining the chorus. Why not ask the Archon of Secrets? I thought he could interrogate anything. And I'm sure you can drink all manner of cider, but that doesn't mean you'll drink every barrel of cider in sight. A boring, insignificant mind is a waste of the Archon's efforts. I've known the Archon to demand personal interrogations, but it's only ever been with leaders, mages, or others of great merit. I've often imagined the interrogation process is not to be taken lightly. Perhaps it's downright exhausting for Nerat. Okay, I'll talk to the prisoner. I will meet you there. She is waiting by the other prisoners. Speak. Interrogate Varia. Hurry up. Please, someone. I wish to bow before the voices of Nerat. I thought all could find redemption in the chorus. This one was hollering earlier that she knows the location of the Vendarian Guard encampment, but she isn't being entirely honest. I told this thing that I wanted a guarantee I'd live and be welcomed into the chorus as a captain. Then I'll talk. Otherwise, they'll just kill me once I've opened up. I was dumb enough to join the Vendarian Guard, but I'm not dumb enough to give away my bargaining bronze. You claim you would disavow your people for the Scarlet Chorus. Why the change of heart? Because I want to live, and you don't need to be the Archon of Premonitions to know that the younger realms are gone for good. Kairos is the new strength of the Tears, and I'd rather stand with his Archons than be crushed by them. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Sorry, just checking my email. Why should I trust the words of an Oathbreaker? I suppose I have no answer for that. When I joined with the Vendarian Guard, I accepted their broken vow unto myself. Have you not felt passion for a foolish cause? When you later came to regret? Well, my surrender is sincere, and I'm willing to bow before the voices of Nerat to prove it. Tell me what you know, and I can see to your release. I heard the chorus is looking for Captain Pelix Florian and his crew. I can lead you to them, and only if you release me. You're lying. Why don't you tell me what you actually know, and I'll see about saving you? Well, you see, so I don't know exactly where the rest of my crew is, but I can tell you. Search that one. The tall, dark one missing most of his face. Check his left boot. He was the literate one of our crew. He had the orders. It's nonsense, just mash of words. She gives us garbage. Slay this wretch for wasting our time. I heard her say she'd swear fealty to the voices of Nerat. An initiation rite would be in order. Seeing as you are an expert on the subject of fate, I will entertain your wisdom in the matter. What then would you propose we do with her? Send her back as our agent. When the time comes, she will aid us, or we will track down her kin. I will need to think of a good explanation for my escape, but I'm certain I can return and avoid suspicion. Thank you. You will not regret this act of mercy. This will end amusingly, for the Vendarian guard would be smart to assume she only escaped by our whims. You there, release our newest recruit. She has orders to infiltrate the Oathbreakers. See that she is escorted to the river's edge. I will return to the Vendrian Guard, act well my part, and await further instructions from the chorus. We're no closer to finding the Oathbreaker's position, not with this cryptic mess. She promised us answered, and all she gave us was gibberish.
Sorry to interrupt, but I highly doubt it's gibberish. More likely, it's one of the local scripts.
The voice comes from another prisoner tied up next to Varaya. An older gentleman with his quills, ink vials, and parchment scrolls one finds wound the sages of the School of Ink and Quill. Ink smudges over his cheeks, temples, and ears. His clothes appear charred, and between the rifts of fabric you spot burn scars along his arms. Despite being emaciated, tied to a post, he offers a beaming smile. Can you read this?
Well, let me see. I can't. So, I don't know exactly what it says, but I'm half certain that's Sage Selwyn's handwriting. I'm sure I could decipher that in a few hours' time. Don't need my hands free, but I think better when not tied to a post. I know, I'm weird that way.
A few hours. Either you can read it now or you cannot. What use is a sage that doesn't know his letters? I've heard all I need to hear. I say we have some fun with this one. It can't hurt to give him a few hours. You read the edict. I don't need to tell you the sundial is working against us. This addled old bag is just trying to stall us. He's trying to help. Isn't that worth something? Of course it's worth a great deal, and for that I'm willing to give him a trial by combat. If he were being brazenly deceptive, I just have him killed, but he's earned his shred of hope.
Fatebinder, I beseech you, be my advocate for this trial. I'm no fool. I know the chorus uses blood, not words, to settle these matters. But you are a servant of the Archon of Justice, are you not?
Well, I'm not fighting, so I am too good for that. So release this prisoner at once. I'm taking him into my own custody, so haha. Not a chance. He's our prisoner. If you think you can crack the information we need out of his skull without troubling the Archon, that's one thing. But you're not walking out of here with our property. See, usually I would do lore. But I don't like that he talked back to me. Grab him by the mask. Did you just tell me no? Yeah. The chorus warrior emits a whimpering squeal as you grab him by the chin of his mask and pull him close. Gloved hands press against you, but try as he might, he cannot exceed your pull. Release the prisoner to me, and I won't shame and degrade you in full view of your followers. Yes, yes, you two, release the sage. He's the Fatebinder's problem now.
Thank you. Oh, I thought I was going to wind up as another corpse in that pile. Now, hand me that parchment. The sooner I can find out what it says, the sooner I can get out of this place.
Well, much of the parchment was weathered, but I could make out the important parts of the text. The note makes mention of a meeting spot west of the Tripnettle. So the old sage knows his words after all. I'd ask that you travel ahead and see if you can't get his Captain Florian to yield to the chorus. They will strike at first sight of the chorus gang, but perhaps they will parley if yours is the face they see. I know the area, and I suggest we go at once. I'll show you the way. I'm eager to be far from the stench of this cant. You're offering to come with me? Why? Because the alternative is what? Living here with these illiterate brutes? My old study is under a river of fire, and there's no family missing me. Besides, I'd much rather chronicle the binder that twice proclaimed an edict of Kairos. I'd be a fool to let someone else write your story. How about you slow down, introductions might be in order. My apologies, guess we skipped past that part. I'm Sage Lantry, formerly of the Vellum Citadel, and now, well, of nowhere, I guess. How about you tell me where it is? You want to chronicle me? Well, of course. Even if the burning library is never rebuilt, our work to chronicle the day and events needn't cease. And you're a noteworthy player in the whole war. I can't think of another living Fatebinder that has been twice given the honor of proclamation. Okay, come with me. Splendid. You won't be disappointed. I know I may seem old and frail, but I know how to step lightly and how not to get killed. Really. I won't slow you down. Lead the way and let me know if I can be of service. Are we done here? Let's hightail it to Tripnettle. If your new pet doesn't behave himself along the way, I'm not above clipping his ears. I don't want to talk to him right now because I know it's going to be another hour of dialogue. Puppy! Wait, hold on. There's a dog. The dog wags its tail. I love this game. All right. Talk to me. What might I do for you? If we're going to be traveling together, I need to know more about you. An understandable request. Let's see. Born in Sunder, no kids, what few longings of fatherly love I've got in my heart were satisfied by taking care of carrier birds. Learned my sigils and spells about 30 years back, and being able to defend myself has opened to life a field study, and haven't grown tired of the wanderings just yet. I've written on all manner of subjects, magic, birds, language, geometry, but my main focus has been chronicling. I find there's no finer pursuit than recording the events of our times. There will always be legends of what happened. Someone ought to be making note of the real thing. Aside from that, I don't know. I practice centering stands, draw portraits, make my own inks, and have a sharp aversion to autobiography. I'm about as boring as watching coral grow. How do you wind up here in Vendriel's Well? When the Vellum Citadel was set aflame by Kairos' edict, I fled as fast as my knees could carry me. Every direction seemed a bad idea, but heading to Vendriel's Well seemed the least suicidal option, mind you. I was laboring under the misconception that the Vendrian Guard was surrendered, and the fighting in the valleys had stopped. Ah, yes. 7th of sparring, that's when I crossed the mountains. That would be 2 days, 3 days after the Vendrian Guard jettisoned their surrender and claimed the citadel in the valley. The Vendrian Guard nabbed me and several other sages moving through the valley. The other sages were sympathetic to the Vendrian Guard. As for me, I just agreed so as not to get everyone killed. I think defying the Overlord is a really slow and stupid form of suicide. Tell me about your work with the Oathbreakers. The Vendrian Guard has several noble born in their ranks, and they know their letters. Problem is, they've come from noble houses scattered across the realms, each with their own private script. That's where the sages and I come in. Between us, we're familiar enough with all the regional scripts to translate and coordinate. But translating is child's play, so I might have helped out a bit more. The old citadel at the center of the valley is a crumbling affair, and there's no time for proper construction. Seemed a crime not to put my magic to work. What did you learn of their plans in your time there? It won't surprise you to know their strategy is largely non-existent. They cling to the hope that their example will inspire others to the tears to come to the valley and join the cause. The recent inaction between the Archons has emboldened them. Some even think the Archons fear the Vendrian Guard. I'm sure they have it quite wrong. What else can you tell me about the Oathbreakers and their forces? The Vendrian Guards surrendered back in 429, and while a lot of them were conscripted in the chorus and 3 of the leaders, Captains Ari, Matani, and Florian, never turned themselves in. Instead, they hid in the valley, gathered up what resources they could until they could challenge the local garrison. At highest count, earlier in the year, they numbered over 400. Their ranks swollen by soldiers of Haven and Azure that survived the war. They are a dying breed, those Oathbreakers. Most in the tiers have finally come to realize that Kairos has already won. And before you asked, as connoisseur of the inevitable, I have made my peace that the Overlord and Bounteous might. So you provided the military aid to the Oathbreakers? When the servant of the Archon of Justice asks me that question, I can't help but assume it's the antecedent to some sort of punishment. I can't deny that I assisted the Oathbreakers, but the alternative was to starve in a cell and maybe lose my head. I realize this is an offense to the Overlord, but it's not like I increased their odds of winning in any significant way. Intent matters. You were doing what you needed to survive. How did you wind up a prisoner of the chorus? I had to send some missives, and that meant getting to a clearing where my terns and doves might find me. The patrol with me was ambushed by the Scarlet Chorus. I tried to flee the scene, but some youngster tackled me, and well, out of one fire into another. That's been a running theme this year. Let me ask about something else. Tell me about your magic. Oh, I don't much like to brag about things like that. Not asking you to brag, I'm asking you to tell me what you can do. My major areas of focus have been preservation, concealment, and healing. Arts that have been served me well in this newfound life as peripatetic prey animal. The sages study all kinds of magic, but as a chronicler, I wanted magic that could help me see more, achieve more, protect objects of historical value. Seeing as I feel like an old relic in need of some protection, my skills suit me well. Can you teach me anything? Sure, I can show you how to blend your own inks, train birds to think you're their mom, how to turn a goat into parchment, but I'm sure you prefer to learn some magic. If the School of Ink and Quill still mattered, I'd maybe be some tight-lipped, but if we're going to travel together, you should know how to mend wounds, especially if I'm killed. I know the edict still looms, but if you have a few hours, I could show you the basics of healing magic. Or at least how I learned it. I'd be honored. Follow his instructions. We'll start with first the principles. When mending wounds and easing pain, we invoke the magic of the orphan midwife Archon of Rebirth. By invoking her sigil, we channel her mastery, however briefly, through our hands. Now trace the sigil following the lines in the order I sketched them. What can you tell me about the Archon of Rebirth? Didn't realize you'd take care about your history. Well, the orphan midwife was born in 160, vowed to Kairos in 201. They say where she walked, plants would sprout, the sick would grow vigorous. She'd also send most folks into fits of rage and animals into heat. She sounds like quite a riot. We know her magic by the way of one of her first disciples who migrated to the Jeers in 222, to spread her wisdom, an act that happened to be illegal under Kairos' law. For that and a host of other transgression, the orphan midwife has been imprisoned for over a century, or so the story goes. Since this isn't your first cantrip, I'll move a little quickly, but I think you can keep up. Yay! And so, if you need to heal pain as opposed to purge an infection, you can move your hand like so. But you know, that's enough for now, and I think the rest can be figured out on your own. Tell me about the sages. For hundreds of years, the sages have been devoted in the collection and preservation of knowledge. We are scholars, bookmakers, archivists, and students of the mystic and mundane alike, the wisest of our guild, not that I truly belong in that category, are versed in sigils and spellcraft. Or that's at least how it used to be. With the destruction of the Vellum Citadel, the sages have been scattered to the winds. There were once more sages than I could name. Many have died or been taken prisoner by Kairos' forces. What do you know of the Vellum Citadel? I once felt a rush of pride at the name, now it's a blight on our reputation. The Vellum Citadel was a beautiful sanctuary of parchment and inked. We had amassed knowledge from the Northern Empire to the coast of the Tears. It would take a score of lifetimes to learn all the Citadel could teach you. But the sages in charge of the Vellum Citadel thought themselves above Kairos' rule. The Overlord learned the sages were copying and spreading lies and forbidden knowledge. Kairos put an end to the life at the Citadel with his Edict of Fire. All that knowledge set aflame. When we bind books, we bind them to last. Our most important tomes were warded against fire and other maladies, not melodies. So many of the books remain intact at the shelf and floor melt away. I suspect it's still there. If you want to brave danger and certain death for it, there's a good reason they call it the Burning Library now. Oh, I'm so going there. Who leads the school? I keep learning more names of those who died during the Edict of Fire, so my information could be obsolete, but with Sage Krevnik incinerated, Sage Renata would be the current provost. If she died, well, fuck, thanks to all the recent deaths, maybe I'll be next in line. Let's archive that away under things to worry about later. In truth, there isn't much guild left to lead. Our library fortress is in ashes. Our membership is disarray. And it doesn't help that we have something of a spotty reputation here in the Tears. Fear of magic being something of a local specialty. What is your role in the guild? I'm one of the chief writers of the Chronicle. It's our attempt to record the truths of all things in their proper sequence. It's the ongoing life work of generations of sages, and I have the honor of witnessing history and having my vantage point be a matter of record. The sages would not bow to Kairos, yet you do. True, my peers can grasp many abstract concepts, but on the subject of hopeless wars, their stupidity rises to idiotic splendor. The sages believe themselves the mightiest magical guild in the Tears, and they could even back that claim, but they mistook being the best for being a match for Kairos. How it is so many can study so much history and learn so little. Welcome back, Token. I've studied Kairos and the Archons in great detail, enough so that I am no longer blinded by fear of their magic, nor by envy of their special gifts. To my mind, it seems like nonsense to bow to a mere king or queen when one could serve Kairos, the living embodiment of rulership. Indeed. Yes, I made it. My poor voice. Okay. Okay, I've talked to everyone, but it's nighttime, so I'm gonna go sleep.
On it.
On it. All right, so we have the disfavored camp. Remote settlement, okay. Let's go here. Okay. Encounter Vendrian's Well. As you make your way along one of the wide dirt roads that winds through the forests of Old Apex, The mountains loom above you on every side, and only the mountain spire jutting skyward from the center of the broken realm provides a constant landmark by which to navigate. Cresting a hill, you make out a flash of light on bronze through the trees, accompanied by a movement of several individuals. That much bronze you realize must indicate the group of Oathbreakers, and they seem to be just around the bend on the road. Subterfuge. Keeping low and using the thick foliage as cover, you move carefully through the underbrush, marking the concave bend in the road. The far side of the bend slowly resolves your view, revealing not one patrol of warriors, but two! Apex, heraldry, and heavy bronze scale marks the first group as members of the Vendrian Guard. The other warriors, however, wear rings of bronze set in heavy cured leather, a sigil on their tabard styled in the likeness of the Bane. You recognize them from your time as governor of Lathaean's Crossing. These are members of the Bronze Brotherhood, brutal mercenaries out of Haven. Spy. Moving with extreme care, you close to within listening distance of the two groups. As you eavesdrop on them, it becomes immediately clear that the Vendrian Guard hope to recruit the mercenaries, explaining to them in no uncertain terms that if the citadel of Vendrian Wall falls, Kairos' edicts will slay every cheersman confined within the valley. Such is the way of the Overlord, the Oathbreaker tells the mercenary. His troops die or we all die. There's no middle road, no parley, no quarter. Expose the lie. You step forward, revealing yourself from the brush, sending the cheersmen scrambling to ready a bristling bronze wall of spears, swords, and shields. You point at the guardsman, calling out his self-serving lie. The mercenaries have little to gain from working with the Vendrian Guard and everything to lose. The Edict of Execution says slay those in the valley only if the citadel does not fall to Kairos forces. You should know, you tell them, the edict was issued by your lips. Even as the Vendrian guardsmen howl for your head and advance on you with weapons drawn, the mercenaries holster their arms and withdraw into the woods. Get fucked! I love how my character just, like, cannot stop herself from, like, being a... Well, actually...
More tallies to the
Fall before me!
Are you afraid of death, worm?
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
On it. Fall before me!
But actually, that's not the truth, and I'm gonna tell you the truth because I was there. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, that's what I wanted. Alright, where are we? We're hidden. I see some loot over here. No, I didn't write it. I read it. The God Emperor wrote it. As you step into the center of the village, you feel as though you're being watched from all angles. The disaster... oh my god. Celine! The distant patter of feet echo off the walls of the small and seemingly deserted village. No need to hide. I've no desire to fight. Merely to talk. The wooden beams on the rooftop to the north creaks under someone's weight. A tree rustles behind you. A voice bellows from the rooftop with a cackle. Go home to your overlord. Sorry, friend, but you won't be leaving here in one piece. We'll send you back up north. I want your folks to see what happens to those who invade our lands. Alright, well, I guess you're dead now. That was dumb. Of you.
Your days end here!
Smash to pieces!
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
Time to change weapons.
This weapon is entirely worthless.
Maybe you won't enjoy this as much as I do. I got it. Will do.
Well, that's what you get. Oh, I teleported. Not bad. I'd have piled up the same number of corpses and half the sword strokes, but well, where are my manners? One ought not criticize help so generously given. You've my deepest and sincerest gratitude for gutting those Vendarian pissants in my place. Now you step forth. Now you step forth to reveal yourself. You're not a fury, you're a coward. Perhaps then you're older. You'll figure out that coward is just a word people use to badger idiots into doing the dangerous work. By the way, well done on surviving this violent mess. How very brave of you to even try. Ah, yet I seem to have killed all you would-be conscript. Apologies. These things happen. Look, you've done us a favor, and it was a real pleasure watching you fight. We'll clean up here. I do thank you for your assist, Fatebinder. Okay. Oh, wait, I don't have to do that. I have to do that. I also need to grab everyone. Nobody has any loot? Guess we go here. Ugh, big stretch. Hey, Bitterquip. Back over here, maintain defensive posture. Your plan has been a rousing success. Most of our troops dead, a bridge destroyed, and the Vendrian Guard pushes back to where we started. Ladies and gentlemen, the finest the North has to offer. And for your next act, I needed those Furies on point. Don't mock my strategy after working against it. We could have taken them. What is happening? Shouldn't you be on the other side of the bridge? We tried to rush the western bridge blow for blow. We had them running, but halfway across. Halfway across, the whole river just lurched up. The cursed Mittani swallowed the bridge and most everything on it. Only real soldiers we have left are the Scarlet Furies, and I, quite wisely, directed into a flanking position. A few of us kept our footing, but the advantage was lost. We had to fall back as we did the Oathbreaker surge down the east bridge. We held ground until they fled back across the river, but now we're back where we started with only a fraction of the strength. Antio is in command. You should have concerned forces as you directed. You weren't here, Binder, and don't encourage this fool Antio. He's rapidly becoming the Archon's hindsight. Had we focused our strength into one perfect lunge, we would have crossed the bridge before the enemies knew it was killing them. But it's not too late. We can use the Scarlet Furies to. No, fool. Stop suggesting ways to get my gang killed. Are you working for the Oathbreakers? We should wait until the enemy is no longer on high alert. Okay, what do you suggest instead? There is a time for initiative and a time for patience. We should try a different part of the river, or come back later. The enemy is too wary of us now. Are you in such a rush to see Kairos' edict come to pass? Sorry, Quip, but I'll strap you to my back and charge down the other side of the bridge alone. But doing nothing isn't an option. Well, we can sit and wait for Kairos' edict to kill us, or we can do something. If this were a hearing of grievances, I'd let you call the shots, but we're talking about the lives of my gang. Conscripts are a copper a dozen, but Furies, I have worked hard to secure the loyalty of my gang. I will not scrap the fine warriors on so buffoonish a plan. I suppose I'll have to tell the voice of Narat that his agents are soft and cowardly in the face of opposition. Huh? Do you think your words would change? I meant to say, perhaps the Fatebinder is right. Antio is in charge. When you meet with the Archons, you will tell the voices I was instrumental in the success of the crossing. Just like that. No, wait, I won't question it. Yes, thank you, thank you. Yes, you had best be thanking me, and the Fatebinder. We saved the disfavored time and time again. What's one more? Listen up. For this to work, my Furies need a moment to get out of cover. Fatebinder, you need to run up the East Bridge. Don't get yourself killed. Just draw their attention. I'll signal my Furies to send a rope across while you have them occupied. There's no time to waste. Let's hope your gang delivers. Thank you, Fatebinder, and good hunting. How did I get thrown up into this? Excuse me? Alright, fine. Fine, but I'm checking for loot first. Don't tell me what to do. Loot! Loot! Trap detected. Where? Oh.
Have a look here.
Yeah, I got it.
Interesting. Don't know about you, but I feel like fighting someone.
Well, we can fight these guys.
More talent to the
Not feeling so great.
Ow!
Wait! I did that? Nice! Take me if you can!
I was about to say, where'd he go?
I think that one hit bone.
Hey, pretty particle. Look, it's a deer. Ooh. Yoink.
Have a look here.
Yoink. Nice bridge, nice bridge. You there, and you. Get over here. The disfavored are back. Guess they forgot a javelin or two. Be a doll, would you? Hurl them back? Wait, not another disfavored. This is the Fatebinder. Odd, I would have expected, well, just more soldiers. Here to convince us to kneel and lose our heads. Your heraldry, House Matani. Apologies that your river must be dirtied with this conflict. Hey, Solenoris. I'm honored and will trust that all grievances wash down the stream. May the river guide you through the valley. Your friends seem to have misplaced most of their squad. Guess they're somewhere in my river. My family's been protecting this river for 6 generations, so it's easy to lose track of all the looters and vagrants we've had to feed to the eels. Unless you want to try a running leap over, you're stuck. Maybe try heading downstream to Placid Crossing. We have more warriors there, and I'm certain they'd be happy to kill you. The Tidecaster that did this, same one that met me for a truce, trying to take stock of our crew. We have had unexpected help of late. Kill and rape a realm enough, and everyone comes out of the woodwork to shiv you in the ear. Let us across, and we will grant you mercy. Hold your oars a second. I have a statement prepared for Captain Ari for just this moment. Wait a second. There's a second missive here someplace. Kitten is back under my desk. As amusing as I find this soon-to-be corpse, it would appear that our distraction has paid off. I wouldn't keep standing there, Fatebinder. The river's currents are quite unpredictable.
I got it.
Okay. Well, I'm back. Well done. While you were toying with the Oathbreakers, my gang had the opportunity to set a rope on the collapsed bridge over yonder. The Furies wait to join you in battle. What is the plan now? Plan now is to lower that bridge. My warriors can swim in their armor. The lighter troops can move across the rope, then lower the bridge. We'll meet you on the other side. Crossing by rope, are we? In that case, I might recommend that I go last. For once, I agree with Antonio. My gang's been spotted. Go now before they are overwhelmed. I'm on it. This looks kind of purple. Pretty Particle, or Amber, Pretty Particle says hi. Why is the game paused? Oh, that's why.
Take that.
Will do.
I can't tell who I'm fighting. Maybe this person?
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
Will do.
Oh god, I need everyone.
Kairos' butchers have come! Flee!
Yeah, unfortunately, my OBS had a little bit of a glitch earlier, and I'm like a minute and a half behind stream now, unfortunately. But it's almost over, so. Retreat, there's too many. They've crossed the river. Pull back. Hold, I wish only to talk. Alright.
Send me your champion!
Take that!
Come and feast my iron!
Sorry, I can't.
Ooh,
Interesting.
special treasure. I think, however, we will save here. And that will be where we will pick up next time. Thursday, I believe. My cat has to be very annoyed with me. Alright, chat. Thank you so much for spending your time with me. I appreciate it so much. Sorry for the delay. I think I'm gonna have to turn my computer off at night to let it rest. As apparently Tyranny is a thick game. And it doesn't like me having Google Chrome open at the same time. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for dealing with my tech issues. Thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I will be back tomorrow. Wow, I'm on a real big delay. It's like a whole minute or so. I will be back tomorrow, 8 a.m. EST. For World of Warcraft. As a reminder, I have a doctor's appointment, just a checkup, tomorrow, at like 1:30, so I'll be ending stream at noon. I still haven't heard anything back on if I am allowed to stream, the D&D game. I'll let you know as soon as I know anything. And yeah, thank you all so much. I'm gonna go make lunch and then get some work done. Probably gonna make some salmon. Some salmon and some asparagus for the girl. And some mixed vegetables for me. So thank you so much, everyone. Have a good ride. Thank you so much, Solenoris. Thank you. Have a good one, everyone. I appreciate you. I'm gonna leave the stream up for just a little bit. Sleepy computer? Yeah, it's gonna have to take a nap. Yeah, Tyranny is the game. Yes. Hi, Moonlight Kitsune, by the way. Hello. Bye, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye. Mwah. 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 Bye.